ever get updates about that. Like, when they're on time and they're prompt, you always get updates at every single step of the way, so it doesn't really matter. But, like, when something goes wrong and they, like, get your order wrong, or they're going to be 4 hours late, or they cancel your order, there's, like, no communication about it. Whatever.
I was confused. I thought you were talking about Dash, and I'm like, oh, is he coming home? And I was like, all right. I was like, are you guys just tracking everywhere he goes? I didn't realize you guys were that close as friends.
Yeah, man, that's the...
Well, you don't track him?
I was going to say.
That's what
I have
the
a
website
Dash
DoorDash
track.
is all about.
I have a map. I just write X's. I just do it the old school way.
That's the cost of living in this house. You can stay for free, but you have to, like, clean sometimes, and we will track your every move.
We also need some.
I highly doubt you guys care where the fuck I'm at any time.
Yeah.
As long as
Well,
it's
I
not
don't.
in your guys' room.
I don't, but the skin implanted tracker does.
At least someone will know where I'm at all times, I guess.
Everyone got chipped?
Everyone's chipped. Nobody has to be lonely.
You can be lonely, but everyone will know how lonely you are.
It's true, it does track loneliness.
Wow, look at this guy. He's been in this room all day for 4 weeks.
It's basically like playing Sims. It tracks like the loneliness and hunger and everything else.
Anyway, Flick's coming. Until then... oh my god, we're level 6. Fuck, did I level police? I should do that.
I think you did it. I feel like
Did
you
we level up?
told us
Wait,
about
we're
it.
level
Yeah, I
up.
forgot to do that too. I'm doing it right Yeah, now. we're level 6, yeah.
Oh,
Perfect.
no,
Wait, we
perfect.
did? God damn
Yeah,
it.
it's a panic party.
Just
Six
now?
guys.
I mean, everybody should be level 6. You leveled up at the end of last session.
I'm
Okay.
sorry, school's been really
Yeah.
stressful.
I'm level 5, and no one told me to level up, so I didn't.
Alright, everybody level up. It's a level up party.
Oh, wait,
I'm good, I'm just picking spells.
I rolled health. That's right, I remember. But then I forgot.
Yeah, you're...
So we had a pretty in-depth conversation about it last time.
Yeah. I think at 6 you get, that's where you get all of your bardics every short rest, right? I think? Wait, level 6.
5 to get that.
I know,
Or
you're the one that's
candy.
supposed to tell me.
Oh yeah, that's 5. Okay, so you get counter charm, which is
Just awful.
awful.
Congratulations on the worst class ability.
It
It
is...
is maybe the worst one.
It's real bad. You can play an action, and it takes your action every turn, a song. And while you're playing your song, using your action over and over, you and all of your friends within 30 feet,
You keep breaking up, just so you know.
you and all of your friends within 30 feet have advantage against Frighten and Charm, if they can hear you. So, like, you know, it's terrible. It's an out-of-combat thing. But then also... Oh my god, brace yourself for this. This one you're actually going to probably have to spend a long time deciding
Hey,
on.
what
Oh,
bard
it's his
am I?
first like thing.
You're a lore bard. So instead of learning a normal bard spell this level, you don't learn a normal bard spell this level. You get to learn 2 spells from any class. Any 2 spells in the game that are level 3 or lower. So have fun deciding on that.
Oh shit. Good luck.
Yeah.
More importantly, have fun deciding which spell in all of Dungeons and Dragons is best as a food-flavored spell.
I mean,
Uh,
mechanically, it's counterspell and 1 spell of your choice. But that's only if you're going to be that guy, which I always am.
I feel like
You
it's
should be
create
that
food
guy.
and water, right?
Oh my god, please don't burn your... please don't burn your magical secrets on Create Food and Water.
Please do. Be the hero that we
There's
need.
1 on Create Food and Water and 1 on Purify Food and Water.
Perfect.
But only if you let the create food and water be delicious.
Notably, so in that UA, they said you can start swapping 1 spell at a time every week. That does not apply to your magical secrets, so whatever 2 spells you pick for this are permanent forever, so choose wisely.
Hey, Feck.
Uh-huh.
I just want you to know I'm taking Rogue, so I get all my cool Inquisitive stuff.
Sick.
So you might need to make a thingamajig for that.
Sick.
I cannot roll lower than an 8 on Insight now.
Nice. It's like a pseudo reliable talent. Fancy.
Yep,
Yeah.
and then on top of that, I can use my bonus action to make a Perception or Investigation check. And then also, if I make an Insight check against someone's Perception check, and I succeed, I have a sneak attack on them for 1 minute.
Nice.
Sweet.
Oh, and I remember
Even-
now. I totally leveled her up. She just got an ASI. How boring. All right. Anyway, we're all here except for Vasu, who is at work. He had a long day today. He might be joining us for the tail end, but for the time being, Vasu is bleeding profusely from several orifices, and he's kind of
What happened?
and he's kind of freaking out about it. So he's going to stay back here.
Did he birth
I-
something?
I mean, conveniently, he was the only one who failed the wisdom save against whatever the fuck this ooze does. So
Yeah, spoiler alert.
And it was bleed from all orifices.
You guys are about to all bleed from all orifices. He's just getting a head start. You guys had walked into this enormous chamber that looks like it has been mostly emptied out, except for a big stone table in the middle, which is covered in blood. There are these blood runes and sigils that have been traced all over the ground, but as you investigated them, you discovered that they were in fact some sort of ooze creature in disguise, and it begins to collect itself into this big heaping mass at the center of this altar. Notably, there is real blood on the altar and on the floor around it that does not collect itself into this big creature. But the creature does sprout a couple of appendages, and all of you who are currently in the room, Flickmote and Nordo, start to feel this terrible throbbing pain at the base of your neck, like a headache.
Or a giant tick?
Nah, let's not do any more ticks. I'm done with ticks forever. But you can feel this thing beginning to establish some sort of psychic connection as it wiggles its way towards you. And that will be initiative, so let's do it.
Hey, does my mana go up?
It does. You went from 4 to 6, which means... Or you went from 5 to 6. So your
It
max...
has to be 32.
Yeah, your maximum mana is now 32, and you get 5 mana back immediately.
Not 6? Oh yeah, 5 for him. Because it's higher.
Yeah, 25 to 32 is a 5-point difference.
I still have 4 Bardic Inspiration, right?
Correct. That is based on your charisma.
Gross.
Woo!
There it is.
sexual. Hey, inspiration this
Oh,
week.
that's a good call. I should do that. Or if somebody's got it pulled up. Actually, I should do that either way because I got to reset it.
It's Vasu and Gale.
Vasu and Gale. I'll mark it for Vasu.
At least it was 10 minutes ago, and nothing that we just voted or anything.
Vasu will take his. He needs it.
Should I
What a
roll for
shit.
my health, or should I just take the average? If I roll for health, or if I take the average, it's a 4.
You gotta
Don't
follow your
ask me
heart.
that question because
The
I'm a-
average for D8 is an actual 5.
I was gonna say
1
5
Constitution.
he's a negative constitution
You have a negative
Oh.
constitution.
I'm small.
You cannot roll. You could literally lose health.
I know.
Yeah.
you
Take the 4.
technically
I guess it would
can't
be a
lose health.
0.
It is minimum 1.
Yeah.
That'd be really dumb though.
All right. Let's see. We got everyone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's everyone except for Vasu.
Why did I put off leveling? I hate it.
Yeah. If you guys still need a second to finish leveling, let me know.
Do I get
Yes,
anything?
please. Thank you.
What do
I'm
I
ready
get?
to go.
Guys, we had a week.
We did have a week, and
Had a
specifically
busy
leveled up at the end of last season.
It's been a stressful week.
It has been. It's been a busy week.
I forgive you
And
guys, it's
Mike?
okay.
My class got completely rewritten and it's garbage now.
I
For
mean,
the
you
record,
don't have to.
yeah, I did tell Frisk. You guys are welcome to use whichever version of the Artificer you prefer.
Was there a new artificer?
There's
From
the
Eberron
to
book.
it.
Yeah, the
and
one.
it's incomplete, and I don't know what I get anymore.
Yeah, the Eberron book is coming out in like 4 days, and then they've already leaked the final Artificer from it.
Oh.
Not all of it, but like, you know.
Yeah, little bits of it. I like some of the things that I've seen, and some of the other things I prefer the old one, but you know. Anyway, I guess let's just go in order, and we'll go until we hit somebody who is not ready yet, and then we'll...
Which is like Moat next turn. so-
Probably.
No, I'm good. I can go.
Okay. If you're like stuck on deciding
You
spells
gonna
and
help?
whatnot, you can save that for whenever you've decided. Just
I'm just typing them in. I should be good to go.
Okay, cool. Then Ace, you are up.
I moved my Hunter's Mark that I still have up to the Womb Echo.
Okay. Notably, I probably need to re-describe this. This little like curved wall here is a wall that runs floor to ceiling, so you do not currently have line of sight to it. Right now, the only
Okay.
person that has full line of sight is Nordo.
Why would you do this to me?
I'm so sorry.
Fine. I guess I have to be an idiot then. This changes everything. 2, 3, 4, 5, I'm gonna run all the way over here.
All right, are you able to get there without stepping through bones? Yeah, you are. You're fine. All right, and then you're able to transfer it just fine.
Okay, and then both my attacks. Is
Woo! 23 sinks right in for 23. 24 likewise for another 16 on top of that.
Hot.
As these two arrows sink
and it
in,
is magical.
You notice that as each of these arrows sinks in, the point of impact suddenly hardens, almost like crystallizing or cauterizing into these just chunks of deep crimson that immediately fall off with the arrow still sticking in, and then shatter onto the floor.
That's all I got.
Sick.
9 damage first turn.
I was gonna
Good
say
going.
straight out the bat, let's get this shit going. Moat, you're up.
All right. Can I stand there? Is he in that spot?
He is large, so he's kind of like taking up these 3 spots, but yeah, you can stand there.
Okay, cool. I will run up and I just want to swing on him so far.
Fire.
Are you a 5th level paladin yet?
I am not. That's from Bless.
Excellent. So you swing the sword, and you see this thing start to form like this C shape to get around it as it just amorphously shifts around your blade. But then you lunge forward a little bit deeper and manage to cut a huge chunk, and more of this just hardened blood gets swept to the side. 14 slashing. Anything else?
That should be it. Thank you.
Sick. All right, let's do this shit. Okay, I need grab myself a ruler. Oh, perfect. Nomad, Flick, Nordo, Moat, and Ace to give me a Wisdom saving throw.
Is this a charm effect?
This one is not a charm effect.
Nice, Nordo.
Oh no.
Don't forget your D4.
Yeah, if you have Bless, you can add a D4 to it. Nomad.
Ooh,
I'm
Flick,
using
that might
inspiration.
actually be a difference maker.
Yeah,
I'm gonna use my inspiration on this.
All right, go for it.
Load got up to a 12 too. If it's 12,
Yeah, that's not
which is
terrible.
fine.
Fuck!
Oh, you're just short. Okay, so let's see.
Call him short.
Nomad,
True.
good. Ace, no. Nordo, good. Flick, good because of the Bless. Moat, no good, even with the Bless. So Ace and Moat, you feel this lingering pain at the base of your skull start to spread and spread. You feel your nerves tighten. Your head feels like it's going to implode on itself. And then you feel this warm trickle down the insides of your eyes and down the sides of your ears as blood begins to rapidly ooze out from your eyes and ears and nose and the corners of your mouth until it trickles down to the ground, begins to grow and grow, much larger than the quantity that's been pulled out of you, until it forms about 2 feet high, a visage that looks sort of vaguely kind of like yourself, but not really a perfect image.
I free action adopt it.
Okay. So 1 there. And where's the other one? One there. Perfect. Delightful.
Wasn't it Ace that failed, not Flick?
Oh, you're totally right.
That looks nothing like me.
You're right. It does look nothing like you.
Are they smaller?
They are very small, actually. They're tiny.
So it's 2 feet tall, so it's a foot shorter than me. I had a lot of blood.
Maybe it's not your blood.
Okay. Delightful.
Said it looked bigger than the amount of blood that came out. So
Yeah, it definitely grew more than, the actual amount that came out. Anyway, the next thing it does is it is going to focus on the people that avoided that it can see. which I believe is going to be Moat and Nordo. What is its movement? Oh, it's a little slow feller. Alright, it is going to kind of slip through here, and as it does, you notice that it becomes just this winding, twisting snake of blood, kind of weaving its way through your legs and around these bony spikes until it shows up over here, Moat. This form then begins to ripple all over its surface and begins to cast a spell. And this is going to target several of you. I need to double check. How many does this target at third?
Does it take damage from the spikes?
It snakes around it. It's got that weird serpentine form that allows it to squeeze.
I thought you said it took 3 spaces.
It does.
Okay.
It's very good at squeezing through obstacles. Spoiler alert, that's why there's all this stuff in here, is because it's immune to it. Anyway, here we go. I believe this is going to target... This is going to target Nordo and Moat. I need each of you to give me a wisdom saving throw against a whole person. Nordo is not having any of that shit.
Did anybody die yet?
Not yet. Well, you're
Yeah.
you're bleeding off on the side somewhere, but
On bleeding?
it's okay. It's pucks.
Okay,
and it's
everyone.
bleeding.
I think I'm frozen 1 second.
Sure thing. Anyway, while we're waiting on that, Flick, you are up next.
Okay, we'll
But
pretend
you're
I leveled up because I'm still thinking about it.
Yeah.
But we'll move around here.
Uh, 11, unfortunately, it just twists into the serpentine coil and avoids your hit.
Hey, Feck.
Okay, do I get to add bless to that still?
Yeah.
My sneak it.
13 is just shy of what you need.
No.
Oh, what's up, Ace?
Never mind, I figured it out. Never, your formula calculated for it. I was just like, my sneak attack went up, but I think you calculated for it.
Yeah, I think it should be done automatically. Alright, anything else, Flick?
No, I only get 2 attacks if I cantrip, so never mind.
Alright, Nordo, you've shaken off the paralysis. What would you like to do?
Well, did Moat resist the thing?
He did. He's
The
still
spell?
moving.
Okay. Okay, so Nordo sees a big blob of blood start moving around, and he sees Moat probably die because he just vomited up a whole lot of blood.
Probably.
And rage fills Nordo's eyes, and he yells out in Orcish, blood and glory. And he throws the quarterstaff across the room and pulls his battle axe off his side.
Fucking sick.
And I shall attack.
Can I try to catch the staff?
Sure. You're... Sure.
I'm helping.
Reckless because I'm irresponsible.
Alright.
I don't have a macro for rage. Give me a second.
Yeah, sorry if I'm distracting at all. I'm just listening in while I'm on break.
You're totally fine. You've got Bless still. Whose Bless is that? That was Moat's, right?
Correct.
Alright, yeah. So as you swing in, you see this big appendage sprout out from this ooze that forms kind of this hand out of this hardened, dark red blood that catches your blade and just holds it in place. But then you watch as the tip of the axe starts to glow this searing red that kind of matches the color of Moat's eyes when he casts a spell, and just carves through that appendage all the way down the length of it, doing 12 slashing damage.
Hot, and then I will do a bonus action. Oh, no, I use my bonus action to rage, so that is it for me, I think. Actually, I'm going to... What is this?
That is a tank. It's about 3 feet above the ground, and then it's another like 2 feet tall. It looks like an aquarium or a terrarium of some sort. You almost kind of get the vibe that you're in like a PetSmart, but it's all empty.
Got it. Can I do this by jumping over bone spikes? Hold on, let me draw it. Would that keep me in its range to avoid opportunities and just jump over those bone spikes? Is
Yeah,
that okay?
yeah. It's kind of a tricky jump, but you can probably do it. You're athletic.
I want a wall jump. I'm a monk.
Fuck yeah, you're a monk. Give me your choice of athletics or acrobatics. It's gonna be easy because you're a monk,
And because I'm raging.
and because you're raging. Oh yeah, so
Nimble
easy.
turtle.
Dust kind of scatters off of the wall as you kick off of it.
Okay.
Behind you, Elise is gonna start coming in here. She doesn't like this one bit. She don't like this one bit. Everyone is still kind of healthy. She is just going to... She'll tabaxi dash up and start swinging on it. For 4 slashing damage. She's helping. Brings us to Gale.
Sick. Okay. Hearing the commotion, I'll start running over. Can I see from here?
You can. He's large, so you can kind of see part of him.
Right. Pull out my my new gun axe thing, and I'm
Hell
gonna
yes.
shoot him.
All right. Half cover because of Elise in the wall, but you got a shot. Uh, 11 misses, 13 also is just short. Unless you got any way to add to it or advantage.
Sure don't.
Yeah, this thing kind of sees you scampering around with this big fucking axe gun, and just kind of shirks behind this wall to narrowly avoid your shot.
Cool.
He has
me.
pack tactics, though, doesn't he?
Oh, you pack tactics. Both,
I
yeah,
do.
Those both hit.
The, I
Right.
mean, hack tactics. Oh, right, because it gives me advantage.
Yes, that gives me emote and
Yeah.
flick and Elise.
He's loaded up, so those both hit. This thing tries to pull back, and you're like, nah, fuck that. And you just shoot through the wall, leaves these 2 massive holes through the plaster. And Nordo, you just see a bit of this wall kind of explode away as 2 shots rocket into this thing. And
I'm so proud.
as it does, let's see, that is 19 damage.
A little bit more, because I'm gonna use this while I have it.
Woo! Oh, those minimum rolls, though.
Yeah, that's real bad. That's 2 extra force damage to him.
It's something. In fact, it is just enough. As this thing is hit by Gale through the cover, it starts to violently ripple until there's this terrible ripping noise. You watch as strands of blood are kind of drawn between the 2 halves of these things as it splits right down the middle.
Oh no.
Which one is Hunter's marked by me then?
Both. It is 1 creature in 2 places.
You know, I'm
Kind of.
a little turned on.
I'll let Hunter's Mark apply to both. I don't want to make that a general ruling, but yes, your Hunter's Mark.
You
is
can
on-
also make it that you can also consider it to be dead, and then I can just move it to a different creature if you want. I'm
That's
okay with
alright.
it.
I'll let you have Hunter's Mark on both. It's kind of the same creature. Alright, anything else, Gale?
No, that is all I can do.
Alright, Nomad.
I don't quite like this. I reach forward and just like force crush.
Sick. You want purple or pink? On purple.
Purple. I think purple's the only one I can see anyway.
Yeah, probably. Constitution saving throw. It fails. It takes 9 force damage.
Yeah.
Alright, yeah. You watch as it is just kind of compacted by this invisible wrapping tendril. It looks for a moment like a corkscrew or a piece of pasta, whatever those weird spiral ones are.
Those things.
Those thing. Alright, anything else?
No, okay. It's time for the infantile blood kenku.
There's a sentence I never thought I'd hear.
Oh, god damn it, they go right after each other anyway. Why does it always work like that? Like, they can never be kind of split up on initiative. It's always, like, turn initiative. Anyway, these boys. Alright, so here's this one. Ace, this thing finishes pouring out of you. You kind of wipe your eyes, you're able to see it again. Cough up that last bit of blood. And as you look down, you see this tiny thing rush towards you with these two tiny little spiked blood daggers, and it leaps up in your face. And I believe a 24 hits.
You would be extremely correct in saying that.
Alright, when the dagger sinks in, you feel this sudden heat, and you just black out for a moment. Seconds pass before you finally wake back up. You feel like you've been asleep for hours. It feels like you just totally blacked out for a short amount of time. Let's see, 24 minus 9 is 15. Oh hey, they don't go one right after the other anymore. Delightful. Meanwhile, Moat.
I make my save on my constitution. Yay!
You keep it up. Let's see, Moat, yours comes rushing towards you. Is a 16 hit?
It does not hit.
Alright, you feel this thing, or rather you see it, try to get up and just start jamming these little spikes into you, but it can't seem to pierce through your armor. And that brings us to you'll see.
Sorry, I was picking spells. I have no idea what's going on.
It's okay, you're fighting these blood things, and they're making blood babies out of you guys that are attacking you too.
Gross. I'll just Alright, I'm gonna cast Healing Word on Elite.
Alright. She can definitely use it. She's a little, not much. That's exactly what you needed.
And then use my regular action to dash.
Pull the bone spike.
Yeah, so you do either need to try to jump over those bone spikes, or you're going to take a little damage as you kind of shuffle through them. You can try to jump with an acrobatics check, but that's up to you.
That's up to you. No.
Granny's gonna pole vault off that cane.
Right? I'm waiting for it. Alright. Let's see, lair action. Or was that it for you?
That's it.
Okay. Lair, I need Moat and Ace to give me wisdom saves. For no particular reason.
Is it a charm effect?
This one is not a charm effect.
Fuck.
Moat. Just like you were able to sort of keep this thing from piercing through all of your armor and assaulting you, you're able to kind of fight it off when you see these two little pinpricks of light form where its eyes should be and stare you down. Ace, however, as this thing sinks its blood dagger into you, you see these fiery lights in its eyes, and you feel it beginning to drain more and more of your thoughts and memories from you. You are effectively memory drained, and that means that you need to subtract a d4 from every d20 you roll for who knows how long. And I'll put one of these on here to show that. And also, when you turn around, you see that you have another friend.
Man, I'm really glad I'm not in this fight.
Moat's turn.
Okay, I am going to try to Flame Blade the pink one.
Alright. Uh, 24 is a solid hit for 18 fire, and you do notice that as the fire sinks in, the entire exterior of this thing just begins to immediately char and scorch. It seems to slow down, and you hear this awful screaming sound in your head.
That's perfect, because I'm going to go ahead and dump that into it.
Oh boy.
Good lord.
Oh wait,
almighty.
sorry, I hit crit instead of regular. Ignore that entirely.
Sure, hit me with a regular one. There we go.
Is this a fiend, I assume?
This is an ooze, believe it or not. Oh wait, I'm sorry. It does register as both. It does count as a fiend, yes.
Yeah. So you get an extra DA.
He takes that as well.
More than the crit would have been.
And then the purple guy takes...
The jumpy fire damage.
Yeah, and likewise, as the flames lick around that one, you watch as its exterior hardens into this charred bark, and it seems to slow down. It's unable to move as quickly. Because, you know, it was moving so quickly before.
It was speeding.
It was really moving. Alright.
And that is it.
Alright, Pinky. Let's see. Can't do that. Can't do that. Can still try one of these. I need a wisdom save from, I think, basically everyone except Vasu. Yeah, wisdom save from everyone except for Vasu. Looking for a 14.
I think I'm gonna die, guys.
Out of curiosity, what is Vasu doing right now?
He's hiding back in the back room, bleeding out of all of his orifices.
Why?
Because you
I don't
failed
know,
your
man.
wisdom save, yeah.
You failed your
Oh,
wisdom
okay.
save.
That's bad. I hope I still have some blood.
It looks you guys got it, but if Nord or Flick need to add the D4, they still have it.
Yeah, I don't need it, I don't think.
Ace, I don't know how to tell you this, but you gotta start making some of your saves.
I can't.
Flick makes it with most help. Elise and Ace fail. You do see that Elise begins to bleed, and this tiny little tabaxi thing pops out right next to her, and Yule and Gale. Did we get a wisdom save from Yule? No, let me get a wisdom save from Yule. Ooh. Didn't know if I'd get to use this one. Here we go. Yule.
We started.
Likewise, you begin bleeding from your ears, and you watch as a small, little, tiny clone of yourself made out of blood pops into this space.
We started with one enemy, and now we have 8.
No joke. I'm just glad we don't have a blood Nordo around here, because
Yeah.
At least you wouldn't have much HP.
Thankfully, Blood Moat sucks too.
Alright.
you're gonna get into
Pinky is not happy with Moat at all. This is a disadvantage on Moat. Oh my god, I think it still hits.
It does.
Yeah, some of this blood seeps through your chainmail, and you feel this pressure in your chest. You take 11 bludgeoning, and then another, 11 bludgeoning and psychic combined. And then, I need you to give me another wisdom save.
Let me roll for concentration real quick.
Sure.
Oh no, bless.
There goes Bless.
Bless is gone. Is this a charm effect?
It is not.
I'm kidding, I know it's not, don't worry.
Oh, your wisdom. Bye.
Can I apply Bless to a concentration saving throw?
Yeah.
Does that work?
Yeah, the spell is still up when you're
Like if I roll a 4, do I save it?
If you roll a 4, you save it.
roll 4.
There it is.
Alright. That is all for Pinky, which brings us to Ace, who is now surrounded by 3 of himself.
To push past an enemy, can I use acrobatics?
Yeah, so it's a bonus action, and you can use either athletics versus athletics or acrobatics versus acrobatics.
Fuck. All right.
Or you can walk through those bones, you know.
I can't because of this enemy's in that square.
Or you could go through Nordo.
Well, either way, I'm gonna have to go through bones, or I'm not safe.
Yeah, it's fair.
Fuck. All right. I'm assuming I can also bypass one with a main action if I wanted to. Doesn't really matter.
Yep,
Bonus
yeah, you can
action,
use
main
either
action.
action or main.
All right,
So
so
you
I'm
could,
going to disengage first off, because I'm not a complete idiot, and then I'm going to try pushing back past over here.
Alright, give me your choice of acrobatics or athletics. So as you try to push past this thing, it spreads into this wide disc and just holds you in place. You're not able to push past that guy.
Dang it.
Guess I'll die. I guess I can still go this way, can't I?
Yeah, you can still go through the bones if you want.
You said to do an acrobatics check to get over.
All right, I'm gonna do an acrobatics check to try to get over this.
Okay, this is going to be difficult because you're landing in Nordo's space, but we'll call it DC 16.
Hold on, wait. I'm not gonna do that. I changed my mind.
Okay.
I have a negative to everything, don't I?
You have a minus D4 to everything, yes.
Right.
Can I, instead of disengaging, can I just dodge?
Yeah, that's fine. Because you
Okay,
could have done that as either a main or a bonus.
I dodge.
Alright. Godspeed. God be with you.
He won't be.
Alright, Purple's turn. I need another wisdom save from everyone except for Vasu. Looking for a 14. Nordo is on point.
An 8. Hold on, I have to roll D4. It's not gonna matter at this point.
Yeah.
This is getting ugly.
no.
Somebody help me.
We get a flick.
Flick rolled his already, I think.
I did.
I mean,
Yeah,
we
feel
get
bad.
one.
I'm with you.
Gale.
It was a whole 6.
We get a gale.
Okay. Sounds like a clusterfuck. I really hope that nobody dies. I gotta head back to work now.
I
though.
think we
Catch
might
you
all
later.
die.
Good
Have a
night.
good rest of your shift.
Godspeed, Vasu.
I'll
Good luck.
hop on. I'll hop on if you guys are still going when I get home. I got like 2 hours left.
Cool.
Cool, man.
Alright, bye.
Bye.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Love you.
I love you too.
Love you.
I love you too. In a slightly different way.
You get to
I
meet
love
7
all of
new
you, but not as
characters
much
when you
as I
get
love
promoted.
Great. Okay, bye. I'll come in if you're still going when I get home. I'll stop interrupting now.
Okay, this thing is not immune, so it is going to take some damage.
Can all mine just take damage just because they're all sad just like me?
No. Alright, these are gonna be on... Is he in range of Flick? No, it has to move over to Flick, or Nordo. Nordo's being reckless, Moat is being dangerous. Here's what we're gonna do. This is gonna move over this way. This is gonna be on Nordo, with advantage, because reckless. 20 for 15 bludgeoning and psychic. You feel a sharp
So-
pain at the base of your neck.
I'm resistant to all damage besides psychic. So what is that?
Gotcha.
8?
So 7 of that is psychic, and then you would take 4 of the rest. So 11 total.
11.
damage. Yep. But then it is going to look over to Moat and try to do this on Moat again. Oh wait, it has to be within 5 feet. So yeah, that'll be Nordo. I need a wisdom saving throw. Oh my god, that's a lot of psychic. Oh, you made it. You feel this
Horrifying.
thing dig in at the base of your skull and go up. You feel it crawling along the back of your skull, but you're able to shake out its influence as you start to lose black at the edges of your vision. That brings us to Flick.
Great. Man, I wish this thing hadn't spawned right next to me, because now I can't Eldritch Blast. Thanks.
It's a nasty little bugger.
It is. And I don't get sneak on it, because...
You do. You're a swashbuckler.
Oh, yeah. I forget that.
Like your whole class.
Does that work if Elise and Yule are next to you? I thought you had to be like completely one-on-one.
No, they have to. They have to not have an ally next to them.
Gotcha. I'll double check.
Yes, they double check that.
Yeah.
I
sure.
was a swashbuckler for one whole
Creature
session.
Kingdom's right. It's only if the enemies have an ally.
Against a
with them.
creature, if you're within 5 feet of it, no other creatures are within 5 feet of you, and you don't have disadvantage on the attack roll.
Yeah, you do have other creatures within 5 feet of you. Yule and Elise.
Has to be hostile creatures.
It doesn't say that.
If you have a ally next to you, then you have sneak attack.
The ally is next to him, but not next to his target. He would have sneak attack if he went over and attacked the rat folk or the tabaxi.
I'm almost positive you're wrong. I'm gonna find this.
I will wait with bated breath. I'm excited. I love it.
But no, keep going. I'll just prove you wrong later after this.
That's acceptable. Alright, so yeah, you will not currently have sneak on the tabaxi because Yule and Elise are next to you. but not next to your target.
Okay, I'm gonna bonus action disengage and just, just walk by everybody. Hi.
Good call.
Can I climb on this?
You have a climb speed and you're pretty acrobatic.
No, I don't.
Oh, that's right. I always forget.
Tiefling.
You can give me an acrobatics check if you'd like. It's gonna be pretty low.
Not real thing.
It's like 12ish. Yeah, you're fine. You're able to kind of squeeze your way through there, no problem.
Okay, I'll stand here then. Then I can Eldritch Blast whatever I fuck I want.
Damn straight.
Help! I can't see you. You're behind a wall.
Help, 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 help.
Papa.
I think that's too far actually for me to get. Shit.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, this is 6.
You could hit this guy if you were over here.
I can see him from here. That's good.
Yep. Yeah, and they're small, so they don't really like block cover.
If I could hit, that'd be great. Oh wait, I've got bless.
You do not have bless.
Do I not? Did
Which
you take damage? That's sad.
Yeah, I lost it.
And it's a real shame because even one more would have been enough to hit. But unfortunately, 12 misses.
Okay, I'm gonna free action be upset.
I'm so sorry.
It's
Flick. Or sorry, Nordo.
So, I see my little buddy surrounded by bloody monsters and just backing into a corner trying to protect himself. But also this big bastard just ran up behind me. I'm going to attack the one closest to me for starter, the infantile blood. Kenku recklessly.
All right. Uh, 23 hits for 10 slashing. You basically lop its head and part of its shoulder off, but it's still coming at you with what remains of it.
Bummer. What does it? You say what remains of it? Does it look pretty rough already?
It does look really rough.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and do a key point for flurry of blows. One more attack for now.
Sick. Yeah, so you cleave off most of it, and then you see there is just this big exposed central core right where the base of its neck would have been. You slam your fist down into that, and you find something that feels kind of vaguely solid, and you just pull and rip, and the rest of this thing explodes into nothing.
Okay. And as Nordo does that, I assume we basically all look like we're in about the second or third act of descent right now, just covered in blood.
Pretty much.
And as he smashes that last blood, his eyes kind of like flash a really deep crimson for just a second, and much of the blood that is like on his skin sort of starts to like soak in or almost like absorb into his skin.
Ooh.
Sponge.
Moat and Ace and Yule, you guys all have pretty good passive perception. You notice that as the blood kind of soaks in, it kind of seems to sink into some of his pores or the gaps between the scales where his scales are harder. And it leaves these tiny little spines or spikes at the places where it soaks in. Just like little bristles.
And then with my final, I will turn around with my second flurry of blow strike and hit the Wooback.
19 is good for another 8, and that's on purple.
That is on purple Wooback, yeah.
Alright, a big chunk kind of splatters against the wall and then crumples to the ground. Anything else?
That's it.
Alright, Elise. Ace is in trouble. What can she do about that? Well, she's got Gentle Repose prepared. That'll have to do.
Thanks.
Oh, wait, no,
That's the spirit.
She's got this now. Elise takes her scimitar, grabs it with both hands, and she rips it apart at the handle. And as she does, the real scimitar goes into one hand, and then the other hand this glowing golden spectral sword appears, and you can see that another smaller hand grabs the hilt of it and runs with it over towards Ace.
Does it
Fancy.
got him like a fish?
And kills Ace, yes. Yay!
And it is going to swing on this boy right next to you. Doing a little bit of damage. And that brings it to Gale's turn. She's gonna get out of the way though.
Not there. Okay, good.
All right, Gale's
All
up.
right. Well, I guess I'll kill myself.
Good luck. He looks real mean. He's almost as big as you. Woo! He was. Oh my god, he was almost as big as you, and now he's gone. Gale is just not having any of that shit. Just 2 straight between the eyes, and this thing evaporates.
Took both swings to kill it.
It did take both swings.
Okay. Then that's unfortunately like all I can do, I think.
Alrighty. If there's nothing else, that brings us to Nomad.
That's it.
Right. He's seeing all this. He hears Ace in the distance yelling for. He sees 2 here. There's some guy just behind him made of black blood and slime. And he's just like, you know, there is too much noise. Enough! And he clutches toward that group over there where the circle is put.
Alright. Woo!
Shattered.
Okay. So we need 2 con saves.
3.
Both fail, and then a third one for this guy. Every one of those fuckers is gone. Likewise, a lot of these bones are shattered into dust. So that is 21.
That's 5 mana point. My heart.
Seemed very effective. You do notice that big chunks of these things just splatter off in all directions and don't seem to reform. Let's see, is there anything else I can do about that? I think that is it. Alright, anything else?
That's it.
Alright, brings us to the children. What do the children want to do? Let's do these one at a time. We'll go top to bottom. Nomad, your little buddy takes a swing. Oh, that's a crit! He rolled minimum damage on the first bit, but how about this?
Yeah! Give me that damage. Give me
10
that sweet 10 damage.
10 total bludgeoning and psychic. However, let's see, what is yours? I need you to give me... You're not concentrating on a spell right now, are you?
I'm not, no.
Alright, I need you to give me a intelligence saving throw. You are fine. You feel this thing begin to... it reaches... At first it looks like a hand towards you, but then you watch as each of the fingers elongates into these long tentacles.
You cut out.
Sorry. You see each of these... each of the fingers in its little hand elongate until they become these long tentacles that begin to dig into the back of your head and try to pry something out of your head, but it is unable. Let's go down to Gale.
Oh, I give him one. Here, I have thousands of them. Take this. I don't know who this is.
Miniature Elise is going to attack Gale because he lost Elise. 16 hit Gale?
Sure does.
Alright, so 10 bludgeoning and psychic, and then...
I don't play characters with AC.
Yeah, it's a running theme.
Preach.
Ooh, okay. Okay, I need to put this on you so I remember. I wouldn't worry too much about it. However, you do notice that as this cat-like claw rakes into the side of your chest, it leaves behind this black bark that spreads quickly around the wound until it's covering the side of your face, most of your shoulder, and about half of your chest. And you can feel this just necrosis beginning to kind of spread. Let's see. Little Yule is going to go for Yule.
No.
Is it 16 hit?
Yes.
So you take, really consistent damage. 10 bludgeoning and psychic, and... Oh, right. I forgot about this one. As this thing pierces into you with this tiny little pointed finger, you watch as the entire thing, as quickly as it emerged from your body, suck itself back into your body.
I hate that.
Truly.
Let's see, Moat. Another big old miss. This thing cannot get through to you. But then Ace. Ace.
They have disadvantage on me.
He's dodging.
You are dodging. These all have disadvantage.
Please don't hit me.
15, 12, and 10? I think those all miss.
All miss!
Alright, these things all at once just jump on you and begin trying to rake and tear. But you work with this spiritual weapon to just dodge and parry and avoid every one of their blows.
In truth, he just flaps and screams and runs in a circle.
Perfect. Alright, that brings us back to Yule.
Do I know how much damage those spikes do?
Yeah, you remember from the cave that you were in, because you walked through a few of them. They are going to do 1d4 for every space you travel through.
Okay. I'm gonna walk over to the left and take damage from.
Alright.
And I'm gonna step one more and probably take an opportunity attack.
Yeah, he'll take a swing at you. You take 3 piercing as you kind of trudge through the bone spurs. And then... is a 14 hit?
Yes.
Alright, you take another 8 bludgeoning and psychic. And just like Gale, you have this black bark that begins to cover some of your back and shoulder. Just a little bit. Just one, one of whatever that is.
That's fine. Then... Can I walk around the other spikes that are right there? Like, am I small enough to squeeze between the spikes and the wall over on the side?
Yeah, if you spin 2 to 1, you can squeeze into this space. So if you treat it like difficult terrain.
Okay, that's fine. And then I'm going to cast a spell.
Alright. Oh my
Boy,
god.
that's a big reticle.
That's a big old reticle. What the fuck is this?
And it's a cube. What is going on? I think you can hit this one as well if you move it a little.
Yeah, I don't know if I have to center it on a place I can see. It doesn't say I have to.
So the general rule for spellcasting is the origin point of the spell has to be a place that is not behind cover. So it would have to be like on the wall, so kind of like right there. But it depends on what the spell is. What spell is this? Oh, you get to choose. You can drop that right here and choose any 6 that you want.
Oh, that's right. It is. Choose one.
Yeah, slow.
So
is,
you could do every single one of them
yeah,
then?
slow is fucking amazing. You do have to have line of sight to the center point. So the closest you could do is like there.
Or like
Okay,
over
no.
here.
Oh, is that a wall?
Yeah, that is a wall that runs
Oh,
around the
I
ceiling.
thought it was just like a table.
Yeah.
Gross.
With that said,
Turn it diagonal and do like this.
Sure.
Oh yeah, then you get 7 of them in there. You just have to pick 6.
Let's see. I pick Flick, Elise, Moat, and Morta.
All right. Who you want?
Hey, who took my square away?
That was me.
Thanks. I'll do the 2 womb echoes. The tabaxi one at the top because it's closest to me. The horned elf, and then 2 of the kinku.
The horned elf is the only one that saves. Jesus.
Beautiful.
So how is this food flavored? I'm curious.
Molasses.
Yeah.
It's a food
basically
coma.
molasses. Also, this spell actually requires molasses, so that it made it even easier for me.
Nice.
Nice.
I don't know if you knew that the material component is actually molasses.
Yeah. So you send out these tiny little drops of molasses that seem to carry themselves magically into these things. And for several of them, you watch as the tiny little drop of molasses kind of plops into their body with a drop, like a raindrop into a puddle, and then spreads until they are basically just moving molasses oozes, except for the horned elf.
So cool. Slow is just the best spell.
It's a real fucking good spell, especially when 5 out of 6 things fail the saves on it. I assume your DC is higher than 12, by the way. What's your charisma?
It would be 15.
Yeah, 15.
Okay, perfect. Then yeah,
Or 14.
it was an extremely successful slow.
Kill him now.
Alright,
Good, I will.
this is gonna do one of these. Whoever wants to, first person to do it, give me a D100. Excellent.
Oh boy,
no.
that's bad news.
Your turn, Mo.
What's Noro the one who also?
But why did that happen?
Nothing noticeable happens here.
Okay, how tall is this wall right here?
Floor to ceiling, which is about 20 feet.
That is unfortunate. Are the womb echoes within 5 feet of each other, technically?
Yeah, because they're... Oh, wait, I'm sorry, they're both medium now. No, they are spaced.
Perfect. I hate my whole life.
Don't forget they can't take reactions. Don't worry about opportunities.
That's not really the issue.
I don't know what the issue is.
Okay, I'm going to just attack Pink then.
Alright. Oh boy, that's a big old hit. Yeah, you sink in. You catch this thing slowed by the molasses, and you pour in a little bit of extra energy, and as you do, it just hardens into this dark amber and then shatters, and it's gone.
Excellent. If that's the case, I will step right over here then
Alright.
with the rest of my movement. And that should be it.
Alright. Pinky.
Where
Pinky's
is
dead.
Basu for all this smiting?
Right?
Pinky died, didn't he?
Right? It's like the one time I'm hitting things and smiting, and Basu's nowhere.
Pinky's dead, which makes it Ace's turn.
Alrighty. Disengage as a bonus action and go here. And then I'm going
But wait.
to...
They can't take
But
reactions
wait, what?
except one of them.
One of
Why
them.
does-
One of them can.
still take reaction. Yeah.
Just one.
So, just one. And I'm not chancing getting stabbed again. And then I'm going to... I still have this guy Hunter marked, and I am not... I'm like 10 feet away from him, so I'm going to shoot him with my bow.
All right. Uh, 22 for 19.
It's going to be an 18, and then his AC is down by 2, so I don't know if it still hits. Or as low as 18. I can roll for the...
Yeah, with the slow, that hits even if you roll really badly on your thing. You're good.
Cool. And then I'll just stand there.
All right. He gets one
Because
more
I...
turn.
Wait, hold on. Wait, he can't do a reaction, can he?
He cannot.
So... And I also disengage already, so... 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I'll just stand there and hope that I don't die.
Hey,
Okay, this
you are
thing,
fine.
this thing is slowed, which means it can only do, I think, one thing, or is it just limited to one attack? I gotta go read it.
Use an
One,
action
but
or bonus
action
action, but not both.
And if it has multiple attacks, it can only do one.
Okay. then it is going to do its bonus action. I need everyone except Vasu to give me a wisdom save. You're looking for a 14.
Is it a spell?
It is not. Spoiler alert, he's making more babies.
Oh, I had to fail one eventually.
Fucking fuck. Minus a D4.
10. It's the second one.
Oh, we get a Nordo after all.
I didn't hear a yes, so I'm gonna not roll one.
Mode is good. Ace gets another one.
Is Yo behind cover and safe from this?
Sure isn't.
Are you sure?
Are you using the rat folk that has like halfling stuff?
I don't need it, so it's fine.
I don't think we benefit from cover.
Jesus.
Because the cover doesn't help with this. I don't think it's like an aura.
Yeah, it's an aura. Flick is good. Flick is barely good, but he's good. Alright, a few more of these things pop out. But that's all this guy can do on his turn because he's slowed and he really hates that. I mean, he gets to repeat a save, right? It doesn't matter. He's still slowed. Brings us to Flick.
Yeah, end of its turn.
Okay. Gonna do an acrobatic check to jump over those spikes.
Alright. Plenty.
And I'm gonna cast a spell.
That'll hit. All three of them and the blood turtle. That's a con save, right?
Yep.
I think one of them saves.
Takes half damage at least.
1, 2, 3. So this boy takes 5, and the rest take 11.
Thunderwave can reach a blood portal?
You jumped over. I assumed you were jumping to here. Is that right? Oh, or were you just jumping to here?
If I can get here and not hit Nordo, then I'll do it.
Yeah, you can do that. You can aim it to the side a little bit. It will take one more acrobatics check, though. I'm just now seeing like what you were doing. Yep, you're good. So you can be right up next to these things if you want to get all 4 of them. Alright. There's a massive spray of blood as your Thunder Wave kind of rockets most of them clean in half. But the remaining bits turn to you. Anything else?
Can I bonus action disengage and make another check to get away?
You sure can.
Do you have any movement left?
Oh wait, no I don't.
10,
I'll
20...
dash. They can't take reactions anyway. It's fine.
Oh yeah,
One of them can.
One of them will, but it's just one of them. What's the worst that could happen?
It's just one. It'll be sure. Okay,
Of course.
Of course. And that is an ace one. So 10 bludgeoning and psychic, and when you land, you black out. Oh my god, that's a big one. So you drop to 3.
Oh, I get it. Each of them has their own special ability based on whose clone they are. I want to know
Yep.
what they all
Yule's
do.
goes inside people, which is great.
This just steals memory.
Does mine just die the first time it gets attacked?
But it's still alive, so.
Let's find out. You're up.
I guess we'll never know what mine does because it can't hit.
Well, that's its thing.
Does it also lie about skill proficiencies? Is it a blacksmith?
So I see this thing is slowed now, so I'm going to go ahead and slow my roll a little bit and not attack recklessly. I'm just going to attack the Womb Echo first.
All right. 13 because of slow is enough, and 15 is enough to cleave this thing straight down the middle. And again, like the other one, it's kind of turned into this molasses amber shard that just splatters all over the floor.
The molassesy bloody goodness soaks into his skin again, but it doesn't really matter because I already have those temp HP. And then I will turn and just deck my blood clone in the face.
Go for it. 11 misses. It is not slowed.
Smooth. That's action and bonus action. I don't think I'm going to move. That's it.
Alright, Eliza's going to go return the favor. 2, 3, 4, 5. Comes over to Yule. Puts a hand on Yule. You're dire. Yeah, you're bloodied. Good. Yule, you recover 9 health. And then she is going to... She's already back to dash. She'll have to just move over here. And that brings us to Gale.
Alright, well. I guess I'm gonna continue to do the only thing I've really been able to do and try and clear the way.
Can say you've been stuck in that
might as
hole.
well- Yeah, I might as well attack my my clone again.
It's still up after the first one, but that is a hit. Woo! Another 4, it's still up, but it's basically just like a lower torso and some legs.
Alright, well then, I guess I'll take disadvantage on this shot and shoot the tabaxi.
Alright. 11 with the slow hits for 10 piercing. You blow the top half of it clean off.
That's all I got.
Alright, brings us to Nomad, who now has 2 little kids. And they both want your brain.
Just like my regular kids. I look at them with disdain and I'm just like, you know, pale imitations. But then, like, because Shu is fucking here, I don't want to kill him.
Shu is probably hanging out with Vasu. He's just left over there.
Okay. Thanks, Shu. I'm gonna just target those 2 with a shatter.
Give me a wisdom saving throw.
God damn it. Okay.
Actually, give me a survival check.
Okay.
If it would be different from that. So just 10 plus whatever your survival bonus is.
10 plus whatever my survival bonus. Like, I'd have a good survival bonus. Survival is +1, so that
11?
is,
Okay, cool. Constitution saving throw. 2 of them. And then 1 with disadvantage.
Queh? 1 with disadvantage. In this 10-foot circle?
Delightful. So they both fail, and you watch as they each take a bunch of thunder. What is that, 13? 13 thunder.
Are they dead?
And you watch as your thundering magic echoes down the hall, leaving tiny little cracks in this stone corridor until it reaches the doorway. And then you hear a loud crunch, like glass spider cracking.
Ooh. Must have destroyed something I shouldn't have.
Probably the glass walls.
What glass walls?
Of that
Right
entire
here?
room.
Oh,
Is
there are
underwater.
Oh, there are glass walls here? Right, yeah.
Well, not anymore. There aren't.
There were. Now there's
Oh, that's
a flood.
okay.
No, it's just water.
Alright, anything
That's
else?
okay.
One star chart, am I right?
Let's get Crybaby involved too, guys. Get him in here.
No, that's it.
Alright.
Also, real quick between turns, would my Thunder Wave have destroyed the bone spikes around me anyway?
Yes, it totally would have, because it did it up there too. So those are totally powdered. And actually 15 foot, it doesn't quite reach that one. Or wait, yeah, it did, because you were up there.
Say reach the turtle.
Yep, so those are all gone. Instantly
Think
vaporized.
these would be too?
No, because it's like a box that you cast out in front of yourself.
Oh, okay.
Alright.
I think technically this one would still be there then, because he was here.
Oh, you're right, you were in front of that one. Yep, you're totally right.
But he can still run around it.
Yep, he got rid of 1. Anyway, children time. Let's go top to bottom again. These 2 are on Nomad.
That's a miss.
2 misses
That's
on
a
Nomad.
miss.
Let's see. The kobold is going to go for Gale. 19.
Can I see Gale?
Misses.
You can, yeah, just barely. Enough to target him with like a spell or something, though.
May I reach my hand out and use my reaction?
Go for it. Woo! So that'll lower it to a 14 effectively. Is that a miss?
Sure isn't.
Ooh.
Damn it!
I feel like that's the second time now that that's happened.
It is for sure.
Don't bother protecting me. Like, if Beck wants to hit me, he's gonna fucking hit me.
You're my first mate, I have to.
These are the characters that I play. I have, like, 10 AC, no dexterity.
That's a lie. Trace was the opposite.
I would never leave my first mate behind. I have to try.
I appreciate it.
Alright.
Noble attempt.
So you take 6 bludgeoning and psychic, and also you watch as this geometric pattern of these little blood veins forms all over your arm and up your neck and up your eyes, and it tries to just kind of get in your way and hamper you. You have disadvantage on your next attack roll. The other one sees Elise now, so it is going to go run through some spikes. Gil can take an opportunity attack.
Sure, might as well burn that disadvantage.
9 unfortunately misses, even with the slow. Speaking of which, their speed is halved, right? Ugh, okay. Well, in that case, it's going to have to go the short way and might kill itself on spikes. Let's see how it goes.
It's slow, so it's disadvantage and like.
Oh! It almost pulls a nomad, but it's alive. It's alive just long enough for one hit on Elise.
It better not.
And it misses wildly. Let's see. Ace has got a little friend.
He can miss me if he wants.
He does. Moat's got a moat. 22 hits for 7.
It does.
Bludgeoning and psychic, and as it lays into you, the entire thing begins to glow and erupt, and then it all at once kind of injects itself into you. You watch as your veins start to glow, and then all at once your skin, your arm, just erupts into fire.
I
Setting
hate this.
your entire self onto fire. You take 3 fire damage immediately, and you are ignited. You'll take more fire damage at the start of each turn until you put it out. Let's see. Tortle on Tortle action. 15?
15 misses.
Woo! We don't get to see it. But we might get to see a lot more of Ace.
What would it have done?
And we'll find out. Oh, I forgot. Elise has a bonus action. She's gonna swing on this thing. Hey, she chops one of them in half.
Yay!
Alright, so 2 Kenku on Nordo. Actually, we'll do 1 on Nordo and 1 on Flick. So Nordo. Ooh, a crit!
Oh yeah.
So you take 9 bludgeoning and psychic, and then...
I need that broken down.
Oh, right, because of the psychic. So 3 of that is psychic, and then that means the other half. So it's 6 total damage.
6 total, cool. So it all comes off of my touch of death stuff, sick.
And then initiative reduced by 6.
Does Flick get to go again this round? Since his initiative dropped?
So if it drops past 0, it cycles back up to the top. So it's like...
Well, I meant like he went and turned and then it dropped and now he's like next after. You'll see. Does he get to go again?
Since I was at 14 and now I'm at 3, technically
yeah,
I
same situation.
turn, but
Like I was before them, but now I'm
Didn't
after
think
them.
about this mechanic, did you?
I didn't, apparently. I should have made him, like, stunned for a turn. Shit. Okay.
It seems very obvious that we would just not get to go in this round.
Yeah.
It would like
let's get
take
to the
effect next round.
Back to the drawing board. It's okay. It's how it's written. That's how we'll play it. It turns out that one is just defective. Ace is actually so helpful in real life that even his evil form tries to help you guys by giving you extra turns.
I'm so bad at being helpful that my anti-selves are helpful.
8 misses Flick. But yeah, that totally should stun you and then lower your initiative so you effectively get pushed back. Anyway, that's enough. It goes back to Yule. Yule, you've been healed by Elise. There's a little blood thing attacking her.
Hey, what happened to my blood thing?
Your blood thing has been shot and killed in the face by Gale.
What about the one that's inside of her?
No, it's inside.
Oh,
me.
that's right. No, it's still
I
there.
didn't do it.
Who knows, man? Give me a.
I hate it.
Give me a medicine check or an arcana check. You can feel, probably because you've had to, see an apothecary a few times for various medical issues over your long, adventurous life, that there is something else that is kind of under your skin. Just kind of subtle, but waiting to do something. It's really hard to say exactly what it's planning on doing, but you can tell that there's definitely something under your skin. It's not actively hurting you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna unscrew my cane and pull the rapier out.
Okay.
Give the blood to Bexy a little stab.
Alright, go for it.
Does she get advantage because she's racist?
She doesn't
It really
need it.
seems like she should.
She doesn't need it one tiny bit. Alright, yeah, you just
So appropriate.
jam this thing in, carve straight up, and this thing falls apart down the middle. Elise gives you a nod. It's a little uncertain, but she appreciates the help.
One less string chaser.
You're next.
Anything else?
Yeah, I'm gonna heal myself.
Okay. So before you give yourself that health back, the first point of that healing eats away at this black, barky texture that has kind of covered up your skin. It consumes the first point of healing and then disappears. So you get 6 health back.
Right.
And that brings its Flick.
Okay, how does aim work?
You have to stand still your whole turn and use your bonus action, but then you get advantage, I think.
Yep. Yeah, you can't.
Okay.
You have to not move at all on that turn. You use a bonus action and you get advantage on your first attack for that turn.
Okay, so if I aim my Eldritch Blast, I can cancel out the disadvantage from having to fire it
Yep.
at close range?
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna do that. I hate everything.
9, unfortunately, even with the slow. You aim carefully.
Oh, wait. Yeah, never mind.
You have a second blast.
You do have a second blast. This one is still at disadvantage, though.
Why didn't you just stab it?
Because I wanted to hit it and then hit the other ones, and then it didn't work. So now I'm just sad.
It's such a shame. The
How
first
did-
one is so good, but it's a crit fail.
What is this aim thing you're talking about?
The rogue thing that the new UA added.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a new way to use your cunning action, your bonus action.
You can do it 2 ways.
I was gonna say, if you're rogue 2, you can do it.
I am.
But you have advantage a lot of the time anyway. Alright,
I do.
else? No, that's it. You've used movement, bonus action, action. Lair. Well, yeah, somebody else give me another D100.
He said someone else.
I
That
did
doesn't
say
count.
someone else. Ooh!
Ooh!
Okay. Delightful.
That's actually probably terrible for us. I'm guessing.
Probably.
I mean, one of them has to be good and one of them has to be bad, right?
Right.
Anyway,
No,
they both
that's false.
they both add up to exactly 100, which is real convenient for some reason. Moat, you're up.
I hate it.
Okay, first of all, I hate you. Second of all, I'm gonna step right here, and I'm going to Flame Blade the Kinku.
All right.
Flame Blade is in the spell, or okay, that one.
Woof! 22
cantrip.
hits and 16. That is plenty more than enough. This thing is destroyed.
And then the turtle takes that.
That's enough to finish that one.
It's kind of like,
For me, I need my 10 HP.
I'm sorry. Not knowing that, it's kind of like nod to Nordo, like, hey, we got this.
All
We
right.
haven't had a chance to talk about that strategy yet.
And then with the rest of my movement, can I walk over to this other Kenku?
Sure can.
Cool.
Ace.
Can you use aim with melee attacks, or is it only range attacks?
Yeah, you can do it with any attack.
Yeah. As long as you don't move this turn, you get advantage in the melee.
All right, so I will stow my bow, and I will pull out my dagger, or my rapier, sorry, and I will aim and attack.
All right.
The blood Kenku down there?
Hold on, I got a minus D4 from it. Does it matter?
No, that is a hit even with a minus D4. And 20 is enough. You are able to eviscerate this thing.
Thank you, Moat. I mean, I guess I had advantage anyways, but thank you.
Anytime.
I don't mean to teach her we have homework here, but I don't think Moat took his fire damage on his turn.
Oh, that's right.
I did not,
Yeah,
yeah.
Moat, you were on fire. I should probably put this on. So you do take 8 fire damage.
4.
It's not a real tiefling, right?
I don't know anymore. I don't know who's got what
I
racials.
am not a real tiefling. I
Why
take the
do
full
you
fire
guys
damage.
call yourself tieflings and tabax? You're not really tieflings.
I mean, there's been a lot of like race mixing in this campaign. That's it for Ace.
There's been 2.
3.
Elise is gonna send the spiritual weapon.
Who's the third?
I think she might have to see her target. I don't
Vasu's
remember.
Well,
just
Nordo's-
confused. I don't know what Vasu is.
Nordo's an Azamar, so.
That's a big old miss, which is a shame because it's good damage. With her main action.
Is that still with a -2, I'm assuming?
Yeah, even with a -2.
Did you remember that it's that it's a rogue that used aim as a spiritual weapon?
Oh, I forgot about that. It is damaged, which is good because that's enough to finish this thing off. That just leaves 3 up there. Gale's up.
Oh, I hate that. Okay, there's so many things this whole time. I'm gonna.
3 left.
I know, but it's just felt like there's been a lot. I'm gonna shoot. I'm gonna stab this fucking thing. By stab it, I mean I'm gonna cut it with my axe.
You're getting really good with that axe, Gale.
Real good at that axe. That thing is gone.
And then I'm going to take said axe and I'm going to run. Actually, I'm just going to shoot past Nomad and shoot the Illithid,
All right.
the closest one.
Advantage. 19.
Woo!
Oh God.
That's a good hit. Because of the advantage. Nomad kind of steps to the side of the hall. It's like, there, and just points at it. It's not really helping, but he at least gets out of the way.
I lift my skirt. It's all short enough. I'm not wearing a skirt, but you know, I put one on just for this.
And then, for the first time in this combat, I finally move into this chamber. It's okay, guys. I'm here to help. Oh, everything's dead. Great. I love this place. Let's stay here for.
I was gonna say, even for a kobold, this place kinda feels a little claustrophobic. That brings us to Nordo.
Can I attack from Nomad space?
I have been allowing it. You just have to squeeze to do it, so it'll be disadvantage. Rules is written. You're not
Exactly
supposed
enough
to.
movement to do it.
It's okay, I'm very thin. Oof! Against the wall. Squish.
I step up, and the spirit of Zeke speaks meta through Nordo's mouth, which says, I need this temporary health point.
I understand. By all means,
Attack.
kill.
To counter the disadvantage.
15 does it, and that finishes it off, and you're able to get your delicious temporary health.
Crispy.
And with that, everything goes quiet.
We
Except
put out
the one
Moat.
that
Yeah, somebody's able to go over and help put out Moat.
Thanks, guys.
It's okay, there's a trickle of water coming in through the chamber. I forgot we were underwater because I can hold my breath for 30 minutes.
I'm going to quickly write down everything on these walls.
Okay, easy enough. It's all written there. Below that, there's kind of like a mural that has been long worn down. You can see that there were just different kinds of animals, mostly marine life, but it looks like it's been almost intentionally sanded down over the ages until it's just kind of blurs and shapes, except for the carvings of the words up there.
Does anyone have mending so you can just go mend the glass?
I
Yeah,
sure
mine-
do.
I was asking, like, if Gale and Toto could do the mend action. Because Toto can fix things better than mending.
Isn't
Toto's
Toto
upstairs.
busy being a god right now?
Oh yeah, is Toto being a god right now?
He's upstairs.
He's up top
being a
keeping
god.
watch.
Oh, that's right.
I told you guys, it's a puddle of blood. What's the worst that could happen?
Well, I suppose that was the worst that could happen.
Yeah, that wasn't that bad.
Is everybody all right? I was pretty sure you were a goner there, Moat. That was quite a lot of blood.
Nah, I'm good to go. Appreciate the
Nordo goes
concern,
in
though.
Nordo does go pick up his quarterstaff.
Yep, it's still over there.
Everyone else okay? I just saw you got a little swarmed there, Ace.
Are you
Yeah, that was not good. Thanks, guys.
They kept entering people's mind. Did one disappear into Yule, or did it go out already?
As far as Yule knows, she can still kind of feel it in there.
So weird. I don't like it.
I hate it.
I guess I don't know that. Do you tell us that, Yule?
Yeah. I would assume so.
Can I tell what's going on? Just like investigating. Medicine, I guess I mean. Like, does she look okay?
Yeah, you can give me a medicine check.
And I almost crit my medicine check and I didn't even know what it is, so.
Yeah, she notices a lot more strongly than you do, so she's able to kind of point things out, but you're not really able to get a good look. Yule tells you that it feels like there is something kind of like under her skin, kind of in one of her forearms. Feels like, I don't know, like a bed bug or something like that, just kind of moving around.
We chop off her arm.
It's not actively hurting her. It seems to be kind of in a weird dormant state, but every now and then it'll kind of like skitter a couple of inches. You feel pretty confident that whatever this thing is, it's not feeding on you and it's not doing anything bad to you. So you don't think it's gonna like survive for very long. I don't know. This is a very foreign thing. You don't feel like that is you don't feel like it's actively trying to hurt or kill you currently.
For some reason, that makes it so much worse.
It does.
Ace, what's up?
Can I go ahead and like look around the room and just see if there's any other clues in here to what we need?
Sure. Give me an investigation check.
Do I still have a negative roll to it?
Let me go check real quick, actually. How long does that last? Yes, you do still have a negative D4 to all of your D20 rolls.
It's a 13.
Okay.
All right, guys. Maybe we should just move on from here. Oh, should
as
we
you-
repair that?
As you kind of take a look around the room, you find that it seems to have been much Like, this was initially a place of study, and you can tell that things have been moved out of here. It's like this room has been intentionally cleared out for some sort of purpose. You do find that one of the only things that was left in is this big stone table, and probably the reason it was left in is because it seems to be actually carved out of the foundation itself. In other words, it's not a distinct piece of furniture, it's just part of the architecture. You do find that there is another door. It is a simple metal door like the others that you've seen, and you can feel sort of a cold draft blowing in from under it. But that's the only really interesting thing that you find other than what's already been described.
Should we check this out?
Norda.
Just a quick thing. You said there was blood here that is like actual blood, and this was not part of like the ooze. Can I tell like how long it's been here? Is it like ancient? Is it weeks, months, years?
Sure, give me survival or medicine. Survival might be a little bit easier. It's old. It's very old. It's kind of, it's very old, but that's really, that you don't really get more specific than that. It's just very old.
Okay.
Mo.
May I use Divine Sense just to make sure the place is still desecrated? Or is it no longer desecrated?
Yeah, you pop another Divine Sense, and you can tell that the place is still desecrated. You don't sense any other fiendish presences, though, other than, you know, the ones that you'd expect.
Right.
Not even from Yule?
He said the ones I should expect.
Right, you would know that there is definitely a faint presence lurking inside of Yule.
You feeling okay, Yule?
Oh, I mean, as good as ever.
You sure about that?
I'm pretty sure.
Oh, all right.
Just stay close, grandmother, in case that whatever you said went into you comes back out.
Oh, I will. I don't think I have to worry too much, though. It seems pretty nice.
Can I make a insight check? Is she speaking in clear mind right now? Is she like charmed by this thing?
Can I also make an insight check too?
Yeah, give me insight checks.
Was she ever in clear mind?
Relatively speaking.
My insight has to be at a minimum of 17.
That's true, and that is okay. Yeah, you get the sense that she is not like being mind controlled. You get the sense, especially because you looked at it up close, Nordo. Whatever this thing is, it clearly has some sort of a physical presence, but it's very small, and it doesn't seem to have that much power over her right now. It seems more like it's a little something that's tagging along for the ride. Yule is still herself. She's in control of herself.
I hate that.
I just stick close with her until advised and just kind of keep an eye on her.
Sure.
It is sort of like a benign tumor. I hear old people just get those.
This is true.
Nomad, as you poke your head back out, you do see that there is kind of this spider web crack that has formed along that bit of the glass. Water is trickling in slowly. The smell of kind of this damp algae fills the corridor.
Yeah.
May I go mend it?
Yeah.
I pull out like my tin of Hello Kitty band-aids and I start to stick. I'm helping mode.
Yeah, a couple of you with mending are able to take some time, because it's the upgraded mending, you can do it, and kind of fix sliver by sliver until this thing is properly sealed again.
Pretty good. It's like 2 feet. Was it?
I think so. At level 5, it goes up to like a 2-foot cube or something along those lines.
Good fight, Nomad. That was really impressive.
They did not die right away, so I'm a little disappointed.
They died fast enough.
And we gave Nordo his new spiky thing. This delights me. That's
Yeah,
new.
I've never seen that before. That's kind of interesting.
Would you care to explain what that is, friend Nordo?
Oh, it's something I used to do with the orcs. I haven't done it in a while. Much like using this axe, I suppose, but
Yeah.
figured I'd try it again.
It was nice to watch you swing the axe from behind the wall.
To be honest, I don't know if I would have done it, but I thought Moat was a goner. I was trying to rush in there and save his life. He was losing a lot of blood, I thought.
And so you did. He is alive now.
In no small part because of you. Appreciate it.
Well, we're not out of the woods yet, so let's work on getting out of this place.
We are underwater, to be exact.
Sorry, it's a expression. We're not free of danger just yet, I should say.
Oh. That is less whimsical, but I accept it.
As you guys kind of regroup, and especially as you're repairing the glass in there, you do see that this machine, kind of out in this central chamber, has some controls on it that are fairly similar to the ones you saw earlier upstairs. Gale, as well as Ace, are both able to read the labels pretty clearly. They are written in Undercommon. Ace, what's up?
Is there enough room for me to look under this door or in the cracks or anything?
If you got down on your hands and knees, you could try to peek under it. Do you have dark vision?
I do.
Give me a perception check.
Jesus.
Minus a d4.
Minus a d4.
Oh, Ace. Oh my god. You can feel this kind of cold breeze that is slowly blowing out from under it. It smells a little bit wet and damp, just like everything else in here, but honestly, the smell of sulfur and blood from the current room is kind of outweighing anything else that you would normally be able to pick up. And looking through the gap, you just kind of see, like, dark stone. It looks like it kind of bends almost immediately, and you can't really make out anything useful under the gap of the door.
I got blood in my eyes still.
I can take a look if you like.
Much appreciated. Sorry, I'm still kind of messed up for bleeding out of so many orifices.
Right. I started bleeding, is that what you call it? Out of the eyes and my slime producers.
Nordo, you don't really see much else. Do you have dark vision?
I do have my goggles on.
That's right. You don't really see much more that's useful than Ace. It looks like stone, and it looks like it kind of goes down and it turns to the side pretty quickly. But you do feel a cold breeze. You can smell fresh water. You can tell, just because of your time spent on coastal areas, that there is probably some sort of freshwater cave somewhere beyond this door, but it smells distant. It smells faint.
Gotcha.
Should we continue on this way before we head it further?
Well, I think maybe we should see what's behind the other door in the other room. This smells like it goes somewhere natural, I think. It smells like, I don't know if this is part of the structure, if it's some sort of underground exit or something.
Understood. Also, I'm going to take time to clear out these spikes over here, so we can get through here easily.
Yeah, you guys are able to take some time and kind of clear the area out. Easy enough. Kind of shove them all in the corner, or break them up one way or the other.
All right, well, let's go the other way then. If that's the case, I should probably hang back. I'm not feeling so hot after all that, so I'll probably hang near the middle of the back. My eyes aren't feeling so good.
Yeah, I'll stick close with Ace, and you will just kind of keep an eye on both of them so they don't seem like they're at 100%.
Also, thank you, Moat, for the music.
Over
Anytime.
I had one for it. Oh, hey, you've still got it. Perfect. Look, it's the same URL. All right, who's opening this door?
Sure is.
Not
I will
me.
if no one else will.
All right.
Vasu.
Moat and Vasu will open the door.
Fire, bro.
Fire Bros, as you do, as the door opens, there is a torrent of water that starts to pour in around your ankles. Beyond that, a stone hallway is filled by several inches of this murky green water, and is covered by this thick layer of bright green and yellow algae that kind of slides towards you like a loose, rubbery skin as it's carried by the water's flow.
Close the door.
Beyond, briefly before you close the door, you see that there is a large chamber, and it is illuminated by this suspicious pale green light. It reveals the shadows of more stone tables and metal shelves, mostly submerged underwater that seems to get deeper further into the room. And after having been in the other room, you do know that the steps went down a little bit, maybe about 4 feet. So it seems to kind of mirror that pattern.
Okay, I will close the door and kind of turn to Flick and like, what exactly are we looking for down here?
He said some sort of star chart, so I'm assuming it has stars on it.
I mean, it would make sense. Do we want to go down into this water room? I mean, surely it can mend whatever crack is causing all the water, but
I have a feeling it has to do with that first room with all the weird levers and the giant black thing and the light and all that, but I'm not sure how to use it.
Well, it looks like might be the abyss, and if we take it up, it'll go all the way to the low orb maintenance, upper more low orb maintenance, and then to the astrology one. So it looks like this is what brings it up to that other rooms above us.
Possibly, maybe the orbs reflect light or something, and they aren't working, and that's what the maintenance rooms are for.
Perhaps. We can try turning it, see what happens.
Sure, you guys want to turn it?
Yeah, I'm going to turn it so that it goes to the upper orb maintenance.
All right. As you spin this wheel, it spins and spins and spins. It seems to move much slower than you spin it. I don't know, there's a lot of winding and unnecessary spinning before finally, after almost like 2 or 3 minutes of spinning, you get it to about here. And sure enough, as you're doing that, you do see that this black pillar does seem to rise upward slowly through a hole in the ceiling, just kind of ever moving upwards as you spin it. Who's got... Anyone have a passive perception higher than 18? 18 or higher?
Mine is 47.
I have 19.
19?
Yes.
Yule, with your sensitive old enormous ears, you do hear from above you the sound of metal sliding open, and it sounds very similar to the way that the grate opened up top on the outside when they opened up that manhole for you guys to slide in. It sounds very similar to that, and it's coming from kind of upstairs through this doorway that you guys came in from.
Can I use a primeval awareness to see if there's any humanoids around us?
Yeah. You take a moment to concentrate, and your ping goes off. When it does, you get all the little packs that you've been expecting kind of just scattered around you. You're still just barely in range of Finest to your north. You don't get anything after doing 2 or 3 repeated pings that seems to be really close.
Cool.
Also, does my blood thing like me? I only ask because I have a passive persuasion of 20, so...
Your blood thing, you can feel it every now and then just kind of skitter under your wrist. It seems to just be kind of waiting.
Okay.
God.
Nordo.
Oh, wait.
I just want to walk up to the edge of this glass dome while Ace is cranking that thing and just kind of like look out into the water and see if I see anything moving around out there, any big beast that would have been making that noise from the night before.
Sure. Give me a perception check.
Is this disadvantage for dim light or just normal?
Yeah, because it is sight, it'll be disadvantage.
Doesn't he have dark vision goggles, though?
He does.
Right, which gives you disadvantage.
Oh.
Yeah. Pure darkness means you don't get to make a check at all. Dark vision means you get to make a check at disadvantage. 13, you take a look around. It's pretty easy to see everything within like a 20-foot radius of you because there are these dim green lights that seem to be installed in the exterior of this dome. They appear magical of some sort. But beyond that, it gets real dark real quick, except for when you look straight up towards the surface. And then you can see this kind of like rippling green. You can see a couple of things that are just kind of swimming on the surface. But looking out and looking down especially, it just gets real dark real fast, and you're not able to make out any large shapes moving around or big spooky eyes or anything like that.
Okay.
Can I try to listen to this hallway? Do I hear any like movement or anything?
Sure, give me a perception check. You hear something just kind of gently kind of tapping on the door right next to you. You kind of get the feeling it's just things that were carried in by the flow while the door was open and are now kind of like rocking back and forth against the door as the waves carry it against it. And it's kind of drowning out anything else useful that you might have been able to hear.
Cool.
Right? It's real consistent.
It's really appropriate too.
All right. What now?
Well, if the problem in this chamber here is just water, I can check it out. But I'm wondering what we need from here. If we just need to, I don't entirely understand how this whole process is going to work. But if we're just looking for a star chart, it could be anywhere.
Well, we still need an orb and some type of key. It looks like for the door upstairs for that clean room or the sterile vault.
If y'all want, I can go in here and take a look around for an orb. Maybe if someone else who's a good swimmer wants to join me.
I can stand in the ankle deep area.
The wading pool.
Nordo, like,
Fiero with you.
Nordo gets down on a knee and he's like, "Now, little orc, I think that's ankle deep for a regular sized folk. A little guy like you is probably about waist high."
Your ankles are only a few inches off the ground. My waist is not. Also, I do not suffer from difficult terrain.
Very well.
I'll come join you for swimming.
I won't get too close to the water. Do not worry.
Just the two of you?
Somebody keep an eye on Yule. I'm not so sure about that thing
Oh,
she's got
Yule will
crawling
be
around.
fine.
Interesting. The walls say ankle deep, difficult. Interesting.
Gail, do you spell Fiero like Guy Fieri, or like, how do you spell Fiero? Fiero? Okay, perfect.
Alright, be careful, Nordo. I'll keep an eye on you all.
I'll be alright. He sort of slings his battle axe over the shoulder. Still has those like spines sticking up from his joints.
I draw my bow and I have it at the ready.
Why is that there?
It's
That's
Fiero.
Fiero.
Oh, okay, okay.
Speaking of Fiero, friend Gale, do you think Fiero can go send a message to our ship in case it's been taken and the kobolds there are in danger?
Normally, yes, but currently he's an octopus.
Oh right, he is
So
an
it
octopus.
would take a very long time. I would
Perhaps
suggest
Shu.
Shu, but he
Yeah.
has a abrasive personality.
This is true. It is quite unfortunate how useless he is.
It's really a shame.
It's okay, we'll wait for Fiero.
Okay. Do you want me to?
No, not right
What?
now, probably.
Okay. Okay. When he's back to being a bird.
Yeah, but
Okay.
well, hopefully maybe Vasu can convince Shu to send a message. Just so the kobolds don't take off without us thinking we've abandoned.
I don't think they would do that.
Who has the ring for the ship?
Moat.
Moat,
It's either Moat or Flick. I think it was Moat.
They literally cannot steal our ship.
not steal, take off, like leave.
Well,
How?
Sundowner's gonna get out eventually too, right? If we don't get back for too long.
Yeah.
And there's also a massive company of slavers that's probably
Yeah.
coming to look for us.
Like 2 of the kobolds can fly and 1 of them can climb a rope down. They can leave into the jungle if they don't feel safe on the ship. Though I feel like the ship is safe enough.
Way safer than the jungle.
Right, they're gonna die in that jungle if they go anywhere.
Yes, but if I know kobolds, some of them will get desperate.
Ace gets impatient and just starts walking into the room.
Yeah, I'm going to. For what's worth, I'm trying to go stealthily, although I'm not very stealthy.
All right. Yeah,
Terrible.
I will also go stealthily.
sure. Let me get some stealth checks from everyone who's going in that hallway.
Do I still have the negative?
You sure do. Ooh, Nordo.
How long does that last? Oh, that's very good. Like,
Ooh.
you guys. I'm sorry about this, by the way. I'm gonna roll stealth. My apologies in advance.
Hey, look, we have the same thing,
Yeah,
Nordo.
22, 22, 12, and
There's
there
a
it
two.
is. Perfect.
I apologize in advance.
That's actually a 16. Octopi have +4 to stealth.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Octopus are really stealthy.
22, 22,
I like to
16.
believe that Nomad is like pulling up his skirt so he can walk through there, and he's being all dainty about it, and that's why he's not sneaky.
I put on this skirt. I can't have it wet.
Yeah, it's really a shame because the rest of you guys are doing really, really well. You're all about this stealth shit. You open the door almost silently. You kind of do it in this smooth motion so that the water barely ripples as it pours into the room slowly. You
No one
close
can
it
see
with
me.
just a quiet latch. And then Nomad just starts like, God, it's like all of those terrible squishing noises that they use in cheap horror movies for just like that mashing, squelching noise. It's real bad. It's gross. I should probably actually give you control over Fiero. Anyway, there we go. As you make your way into the rest of the room, you can see that whatever useful shit might have once populated this chamber rotted a long, long time ago. Or it's been swept out through what appears to be a massive hole in the chamber's spherical glass enclosure, which has allowed lake water to fill all but a bubble of air that is trapped in the top few feet of the chamber's dome. Let me reveal some of this.
Sterilization.
There are two sources of light that illuminate this chamber. The first is a bright white orb, about a foot across, which looks very familiar to you, Nomad. And it seems to be held in place by this webbing of algae and plant matter on a stone wall, which is about 20 feet past the hole in the dome, outside in the lake. It illuminates all the rock around it, which reveals this colorful assortment of like slugs and frogs and fish. You can see there's just this tiny little lazy snapping turtle that's kind of drifting in place. But only partially obscured by all that wildlife is this array of holes that dot the rocky surface like a sponge or an enormous wasp's nest. The second source of light is a little dimmer, but mercifully much closer. It is this faint bluish-green light that pours out through a glass door. The glass seems to be intact. It is kind of trimmed with this metal, very similar to what you saw in the room upstairs. And above that glass door, there is a carved lit rune in Undercommon that reads Sterilization Chamber.
Interesting.
Is that
I
what you're
say,
looking for, friend Nomad? Just point to the orb out there.
It might be. Is this exactly what I saw in the vision?
It looks very similar to the orb that you saw them cleaning in the vision.
That is absolutely what we might need. We need something to clean. But first, we might have to fetch it.
perhaps
Sounds
that's what
like
this
a perfect job for Fiero.
sounds like. That's what the sterilization chamber might be for, cleaning the orb, perhaps.
Well, they were wiping it in the vision and back in the room upstairs.
Interesting. Can I make a perception check to see if I see any movement other than just fish, like inside the chamber we're in right now?
Sure. Give me perception. Dark vision disadvantage. Actually, it's well lit. Just a regular ass perception check. You take a look around. You can definitely see there's like some frogs in this chamber. There are a couple of turtles. There's a couple of little snakes that have kind of made their home on one of these shelves. You see a couple schools of kind of bigger fish. A little grouper. Nothing bigger than like your arm. Nothing super, weird stands out. But there is a lot of wildlife in here for sure.
Oh, there's
All
a
right.
little ecosystem here.
What's the orcish word for ecosystem?
He like looks at you really strangely. He's like, I don't think there's quite a word for it. He explains to you in Orcish, like, something that causes echoes. I am not sure what he means.
Ecosystem.
Nomad, what do you mean by ecosystem?
Ecosystem.
No, it's a system that produces echoes. It's how things communicate back in the Underdark. But ecosystem too.
What do you mean by how they communicate? Please explain further.
So when you're underwater, it is difficult to communicate without telepathy. So some things have developed echolocation.
Oh, echolocation. You could have just said that.
No, because an ecosystem is where several species have different kinds of echolocation. Sometimes you can't hear the frequencies.
Interesting.
It's like a Morse code but with different languages, and it's only underwater.
All right. What is this?
So that appears to be a tall, it looks like it was probably either an aquarium or a terrarium of some sort. It runs floor to ceiling. It's about 15 feet tall. Very vertical, which suggests probably an aquarium. But it has been broken about 6 feet shy of the ceiling. And the glass edges have been worn down with time. Over on the side, that appears to be an external aquarium. And you can see that there are these little holes that have little bits of just this black kind of leathery material that has rotted away but used to kind of fill those holes. You feel like something used to be dangling out of those holes but has been long rotted. But it looks like you could have like reached through those holes into the external aquarium, sort of, maybe.
Like with gloves or something?
Yeah, maybe. Something like that.
This is very clearly the same. Like, we could see this from over here, right?
Yeah, so there are no lights on this side of it, which means it would be kind of hard to see if you didn't know specifically to look for it. But yeah, now that you kind of know that it's here, and if you go back to that outer room, you can faintly make out like this little bit of glass and maybe a little bit of this one as well.
Alrighty.
Norda sits down and spends 10 minutes kind of ritual casting. And when his spell goes off, he is AFK, so I don't want to jump into it if he's not here. But he does hear just faint murmuring of a couple of frogs on the shelves, and the snakes just kind of quietly whispering to each other.
What are these?
Those appear to be metal shelves. They are mostly empty, but they have been filled with algae and plant life. And you can see there are a couple of turtles that have laid a little nest on one of those shelves.
How high off the ground are they? Like out of the water?
So if you were standing on the floor, which is underwater, they would probably be about 8 or 9 feet tall. Which means they're only poking about maybe 3 feet out of the water.
Cool.
Norda, your spell has gone off. You can hear a couple of snakes kind of whispering to each other. There's some fish under the water whose voices are muffled, and they kind of just, keep into themselves. And then a little family of turtles that have set up a tiny nest in one of these shelves.
Well, I figure I better go talk to the turtles, right? Hey, folks, won't trouble you for long. A couple questions, if you don't mind, about your home.
Hello. Where's our mom?
I think she went out to get y'all some food. You hungry?
We're not supposed to talk to strangers.
I'm not a stranger. I'm just a big fella like you. Give them a little bit of food.
Oh, food. Okay. Sure, I guess.
Y'all know what that thing is over there? I just point at the shiny white thing.
It's real bright. It's why we found this place. I don't know. It's just a bright thing. It's like an underwater sun.
That it is. Do y'all know what makes that big sound you hear a lot at night? The big rumbling and wailing?
I don't know. I've heard it a lot. It seems to come from that way. And he kind of points this tiny little flipper back towards the hallway that you guys came from.
Well, much obliged. I heard a few times, couldn't tell where it was coming from. That's very helpful. Thank you very much.
Uh-huh.
I'll just keep wandering around here. To avoid role-playing it, I'll just ask a few more animals the same question, see if I get basically the same story from
Sure. Give me... You can give me either a luck check or persuasion or animal handling. You take a little bit of time and try to find the animals most likely to be useful, and eventually, you do find that the lazy old snapping turtle kind of gets curious eventually and comes in when he realizes that you're able to talk to him. And he explains that he thinks the big noise comes from something deeper. He's never seen it. He knows that it's around here, but he feels like it's deeper. It seems to come up from under the ground. He tells you that orb thing has been here as long as he can remember, and he's pretty old. He does say that every now and then these strange creatures come out just like you guys did, but they don't look like you. They've got these long, bony spikes that poke out of all of their elbows and knees and their forehead. And they bring bodies of lizard folk, of kuatoa, of fire salamanders, fire newts. And they bring the bodies over and they do something to them. They put these weird worms in them, and then they stuff them in those holes back there. And they seem to just kind of like use the light over there to see what they're doing.
Well, thanks very much for the information, old timer. That'll be very helpful.
That sounds spooky.
It does sound spooky. So I pass that information along to everybody. Get slightly more worried about whatever's crawling around under Yule's skin.
Perhaps the deeper it meant was the door in the other room.
I suppose so, but we still need that orb, don't we?
Yeah. Is this door underwater?
It is. It's about halfway underwater. So 3 feet above, 3 feet below, roughly.
And is there like another door behind it, or is there like a room behind it?
Yeah, so as you kind of look through, you can see that inside the first glass door there's a small chamber. It's about the size of a closet, and there's another glass door at its back. And then on the left side and the right side of that room there are 2 floor-to-ceiling mirrors. The glass door at the back appears to be kind of frosted. There's this green light that's pouring in through it, but the view is fuzzy. It's hard to make out of much of anything on the other side of that door. Notably, that room is currently devoid of water. So even though there's water on the outside, it does not leak onto the inside.
And I think I missed a little bit of the description of this room. Is there like an opening that's letting all this water in?
There is. So like this whole thing is just a big hole that goes straight out into the lake.
Okay. Well, that's weird.
It is kind of fractured. It looks like some sort of an impact opened it up.
From the inside or outside?
Give me investigation if you want to go try to piece that together.
Can I help someone investigate?
Sure.
I think
I'll investigate.
Someone else. I have the negative thing to me, so someone else do it.
27. with your help.
27. As you look it over, the damage looks consistent with some sort of a strike from the outside. And as you kind of look down, maybe about 20 or 30 feet to the bed of the lake here, you do see that there are several large boulders that are just kind of resting on the floor of the lake here. That would have been big enough to cause that sort of thing, and don't look like they were naturally formed there. They look like they fell from up above some time ago.
I relay this information to everyone else. Someone might have been throwing boulders, or those were dropped.
Hey, Flick, can I borrow your hand crossbow?
Real quick, while you guys are doing that, what's up?
Not a huge deal. So while they're over there doing that, can I just investigate this room to see whether... I don't really know how to phrase this. So I know sometimes, like, demon invasions just happen. Can I see whether or not these demons were, like, summoned, or whether this just happened, or, like, how they got here?
Sure. Give me an Arcana check.
Can I give you anything else?
I'd allow a religion check for this.
It's too late. I gave you Arcana.
If your bonus with religion is higher, we can change it. So it's a nat
It
16.
definitely is. Yeah.
So net 16 plus whatever your religion bonus is too. So that's an 18. 18's really good. You would be aware that generally speaking, when a place is desecrated like this, that has to be done with intent. It has to be done with purpose. A lot of the time, if this was just an accidental portal to one of the 9 hells, there would be a lot more signs of, like, a rift between the planes. You would probably see a tear, or some sort of geological damage, or some sort of indication that there was, like, an actual wormhole that has been formed between the planes that is creating an accidental connection here. The fact that there's not a lot of significant damage to the structure, at least not around here, the fact that it appears to be intentionally desecrated by a hallow spell, and the fact that there were initially all those weird summoning runes, which the users were trying to imitate, leads you to believe that they were probably summoned at some point.
Alright, cool. That's all I had.
Cool. Alright, jumping back over to Nordo and the gang.
So, after hearing the snapping turtle story, do I see bodies in these holes?
From here, it's covered pretty thickly by, like, algae and moss, but you do see just kind of dangling out of one of the holes. There are a couple of quippers that are just kind of just idly nibbling on what appears to be like a little foot bone, you know, like a skeletal foot, poking out of one of the little holes. If you were to get closer, you could, like, look in several of them, but from the edge of that glass thing, that's all you can make out.
Right.
With that said, that orb is only about 20 feet away. You can see that it's being just kind of held in place by these vines or these algae things.
What do y'all think? Should we send our friend Fierro after it?
Probably smarter than just diving in, but
I'd ask one of my animal pals to take care of it, but I don't know if any of them would be big and strong enough.
I can join Fierro if you wish.
I'd be careful about stepping out there. There's something's giving me the heebie-jeebies about all those bodies in those holes that they were talking about.
I'm certain if something is down there, we'll find out the moment I step into it.
Suppose that's one way to find out.
Alright, so Fierro and Nomad, you're going to go take a closer look?
Sure. I have my buddy Fierro to protect me, it's fine.
What could go wrong? Alright.
Absolutely right.
You kind of start to swim out to this orb, and you get right up to it. And as you're looking it over, it is actually pretty big. It's about 1 foot in diameter, and it's some sort of, like, stone or crystal of some sort. Would be pretty heavy. You don't know if Fierro alone would be able to do it, but you're both there, so you could probably move it. It is kind of entangled in all of these vines and algae, and it's hard to tell. It looks like it may have initially been put there, like, on purpose, but then over time, plants just kind of grew around it. With that said, Fiero has a mechanical beak, and you've got some sort of weapons. You can probably start cutting it free.
I do like some psychic daggers at it.
Sure. Yeah, you guys just begin kind of carving this thing out. As you do, give me a perception check, and Fiero can give me one as well.
Oh, those are very bad. Well, I have dark vision, so it's like disadvantage?
This is well lit. This thing seems to be emitting light.
Okay. Yeah. Fiero, you're my only hope. Thank you, Fiero. Can I telepathically communicate with Fiero, by the way?
The only way that Fiero is able to communicate with anyone at all is he can telepathically communicate with Gale. That is it.
But that means Fiero has like a language.
He does not.
Okay.
Fiero does not know.
But he has telepathy.
He does not know any languages. He does not speak or understand any languages. He just has the special ability to telepathically communicate with his owner because he's a familiar.
That is so weird. I have telepathy. Can I just jack into that?
So like
You could talk to Gale.
if you check,
I can talk to Gale. Probably easy.
if you check like a lot of celestial or fiend blocks, you'll see that they know all languages and telepathy, and that's what allows them to like you need both to be able to communicate with literally anything.
Yeah.
If all you have is telepathy, then that just enables you to speak whatever languages you normally know to somebody telepathically.
Or anyone with a language.
I'd have to double check. Anyway,
That's what you said last time.
the important
You can't
thing.
change it now.
I don't know if I've made a ruling on this yet, but the important thing. Let's we'll move on. As you're cutting this free, you're pretty focused on getting all of this algae cut away. But Fiero is he takes after Gale, and he's got kind of just like this nervous eye, keeping an eye out for anything around that might jump out and cause trouble. And he does see a couple of times that just kind of lurking from inside of these holes are these big, wide, saucer fish eyes that just kind of look. And then they kind of pull back deeper into the holes, and then one will kind of pop out from another one. Not even pop out all the way, just like a little bit of the light will glint off of one of these big dead saucer eyes. And it kind of like looks at the two of you, tries to figure out what you're doing, and then pulls back into the hole. And that kind of goes on for 3 or 4 minutes, but then eventually, the two of you working together cut this thing free. You kind of shuffle the rest of the plant life off of it. It feels a little bit kind of warm to the touch. It definitely vibrates a bit when you move it, but you bring it back over, and you are able to successfully grab this orb and pull it back into the chamber.
We did it. I am a little disappointed I wasn't attacked, but here we go. I just tell the group. I swim very slowly though, so there's still a chance I get attacked.
I mean, if you want to go fight things, you can probably just go stick your neck in one of those holes and see what happens.
Who said I wanted to fight? I just wanted to get attacked. No. I slowly bring the orb up. Well, double speed is 20 feet if I dash.
Yeah.
So
one way or another, you're able to bring everything back into this chamber, and as you do, it kind of lights up this chamber a little bit better. Nordo, you hear some of the animals kind of like complaining, like, my hiding place. A couple of them swim out, and a couple of them are like, oh, that's kind of nice.
Not to worry, we'll be taking it out your hair pretty soon.
Yeah, we'll cover it with some cloak or something. Here, I'll hide it up my skirt.
Well, alright. So our next step to take this back up to that the top room then.
Supposedly that's what we need. I don't remember if there's anything else they were doing in the vision, right, Beck?
I mean, it looked like he was just kind of wiping it down with some sort of a cloth and some sort of like cleaning chemical or something, but that was it.
Yeah, I feel like we just had to put this there and like make sure it's clean because the stone says it has to be clean, right? The clearer the better. How's the orb look, by the way? How clean?
So the magic
algae on it.
It once you peel the algae away, it does seem to slide right off, like it's a little bit hydrophobic, except for algae. You do see that there are a couple of patches of green that are a little persistent on it. It could use a good cleaning.
Does anyone have Presto?
I think you're the only wizard.
I mean, Presto isn't just a wizard spell. But also, I guess I can use some rubbing alcohol. Gale might have some?
Moat has it if you need it.
Excellent mode.
Let's just regroup with our friends for now.
Yeah, let's get out of here. Get this out of the animals do not like the light?
Yeah, they're looking for some place to hide, so they don't like the light a whole lot.
Alright, easy enough. You guys are able to kind of pull this orb back out, get through the door. You find the rest of your friends are waiting in this chamber or checking out the chamber beyond. But you regroup. No trouble.
Excellent. The field trip is going well so far.
Yeah, what do you guys find?
Orb, get! Pull it out from under my skirt. It's glowing, look at it.
Looks a little dirty. You want me to clean it up?
Yes, please. I believe it needs to be cleaned for it to function properly.
Alright, let me see what I can do.
You're not going to burn it, are you?
I thought about it, but I guess I'll just clean it.
Alright, yeah.
Ooh!
Moat takes
Yes,
a little
Presto.
time. And actually, I think with the evolved thing, it works on a bigger area. Either way, with a little bit of effort and a little bit of presto, about a minute or two later, this thing is looking pretty spotless. It's kind of, it's looking real sparkly, real shiny.
Oh, that's excellent.
I used to do that around the forge all the time.
You must have been very helpful.
I am very helpful, yeah.
Yes, even now. Shall we take this back to the chamber?
Probably. Did you see what they did with it to use it?
They propped it on the was it dais? Dais? The dais? The pedestal?
Yeah, it was sitting on, like, it looked like this black stone pillar, except it was just poking a couple of feet out of the floor, and it had, like, a bowl-shaped recess that it was sitting in.
That's where we have to put it. I do not know if there's a sequence they use to activate it afterwards, but at least we'll have that.
Alright, Norda leading the way.
Yep, I'll show the way back up the stairs. I'm going to go kind of, again, slowly and stealthily, just because there's that noise from upstairs earlier, which I think was just the pillar going up, but I don't know.
Alright. You guys walk very cautiously on the way up, and when you poke your head out, you're relieved to find that there's nothing waiting for you. But as you kind of go back out, your suspicions are confirmed. You do see that the metal noise was this cover retracting, and you can see that this black pillar is now sticking about a foot or two up out of the ground, revealing that there is a bowl-shaped recess in the top of it. However, that bowl-shaped recess is currently filled with just gunk, just decay and death and plant life, and just dirt and grime. But you can see that sticking up and kind of poking through some of all that grime are these old, worn-down bones.
Moat, por favor.
Like
That's
humanoid
uncommon.
bones?
Give me a medicine check.
Can I help him since I have advantage on all humanoids?
Sure.
Except for the fact that, you are cursed, kinda.
He knows it well enough to, like, help Nordo. Nordo can roll at advantage.
We have to figure out. Ooh, that's even bigger. We have to figure out how to remove that curse. Are you okay? Look into your eyes.
I have pink eye.
Yeah, his eyes are actually kind of pink, a little bloodshot, veins around the edges.
Does it look like he has a disease or anything?
Kind of. It definitely looks like he is not feeling well. It's hard to say. I guess give me a medicine check or an arcana check.
I think I have Ebola, guys.
Moat, as you take a look, it looks kind of like a disease, but when he starts to retell how it all happened, Nomad gets the impression that it is probably some sort of magical effect, maybe even a curse.
Oh dear.
Yeah, Nomad gets the feeling that it is a psychological effect, a mental effect, and probably magical in nature.
Oh no, he's depressed.
Alright, well, Moat thinks it's a disease, so I will spend 5 points of lay on hands and try to cure it.
Alright. Yule, what are you up to during all this?
You get 5 points back if Ace if you need it.
I'm full now.
No man's gonna wrap Ace up in a blanket and kind of hush him gently. It's okay. Your affliction will pass.
Is this an ace bandage?
This is an Ace bandage. It's just a big like blanket. Like you know how they wrap up injured birds.
Yule, are you doing anything particular during all this, or are you just kind of following the party?
Just following around.
Okay. Give me a perception check. You do notice that when Moat casts lay on hands on Ace, you feel kind of a tingle in your wrist.
That's so weird.
Oh no, it hates it.
My baby feeds.
Jesus. Nordo, as you kind of examine all these bones with Ace's help, they appear to be humanoid. They appear to be Lokatha. With a 20, you can probably even determine that it was probably female. But it has these just long splints and spurs that appear unnatural, like they've just been deformed or warped over time. And again, it looks kind of familiar to you. It reminds you a lot of the Bayswater Cave.
They did say the mother was here.
That they did.
She had a circle for teleportation or something there, did she not? Or some type of magic circle, right?
She
Oh.
did back then.
Does the one in the other room kind of look like that too?
The ones in that room were falsified, if I recall. They're gibberish. They don't mean anything. They were meant to look magical, but aren't. That's what I got from my Arcana check last time, right?
Perhaps a false positive, perhaps elsewhere in this cave or in this building. It was an actual one. There was another door that led further deep down.
That is true.
I would like to use just like my quarterstaff without touching the gunk in this bowl directly. Just try to like clean it out a little bit, but without touching it.
Sure. It's a little rough going. It's like trying to use a straw to kind of push gunk out of a cereal bowl. You're at least able to kind of like stir things up and get a lot of the loose plant life out of it pretty easily. There's a lot of just dirt and grime that's going to require someone to either get in there with their hands and a rag, or, use some sort of magic for it.
But the bones specifically, where do we get those out?
Yeah, you're able to fish out, they don't all come out as one conjoined skeleton, but if you want to fish out, like, the skull or some of the arm bones or leg bones, you're able to kind of get those out.
Oh, it's like a whole skeleton's worth of bones?
Yeah, as you start poking
That's
around...
a big recess.
As you start poking around in there, it appears to be an entire skeleton's worth of bones.
Oh, geez. I always thought this was like a big mixing bowl size, so this is like
Yeah.
huge recess.
It's probably...
Massive.
The entire recess is probably about 1.5 feet in diameter, which is not that big. Lokatha are a little small. They're usually on the 4 to 5 foot range, but she clearly had to be... It doesn't look like a comfortable position.
Gotcha.
As you're poking around, as you pull up one of the arm bones, you notice that there is around the wrist, at first it looks like a gemstone or a crystal of some sort. It's this hard material that is very clear. It's very easy to see through. It kind of reminds you like glass. But it has, just like when you poke at it with the stick or bounce it around, it doesn't, chip. It doesn't feel fragile. It kind of almost has almost like a very hard plastic-like texture to it, like hardened glue or sap or amber. And you can see that everything underneath that crystal around her wrist, there's still flesh and meat. It's long decayed, but it appears to have been preserved inside of this resin or whatever it is.
Gotcha.
And it's just around her wrist, like we're almost like a big old watch.
Does it look magical?
Nothing about it immediately looks magical. Do you want to like pick it up and touch it and look at it?
I'm already cursed. Might as well.
All right. Give me
I wouldn't.
Give me an investigation check.
Ten.
As you're looking through, it looks like the flesh is ancient but preserved under some of this resin, and it appears to have been. It reminds you a lot of glue that is hardened. It almost looks like it was put around the wrist here specifically for a purpose. And as you kind of look more closely, you can see on the skin of her wrist, through whatever this clear material is, you can make out scratches that have been scratched or carved into her wrist. And they read, Saturday night, ley line, focal point.
Do I know what ley line means? Because it's also in this room too.
Give me an Arcana check. I think we did a couple of these last week, but
Yes, I think he did the same thing last week.
I'll give the information that I remember giving last week plus whatever you roll for. Yeah, you would know that ley lines are kind of physical manifestations of the weave. It is places where the weave is stronger or weaker over the course of time. It tends to ebb and flow with various astrological cycles on a weekly basis. It's kind of the explanation for why magic recovers more quickly on Sunday mornings and also on certain points throughout the week. Ley lines are just kind of like the veins of magic under the earth. Moat, what's up?
Sorry, ignore that.
Cool.
What is today again?
Saturday.
Interesting. So it looks like tonight, Saturday night ley line, focal point. Perhaps tonight, if we have the orb there, perhaps maybe you're right about the stars needing to be out. Maybe it's part of this mechanism.
I suppose that could be. So what do we clean this thing out and then put the orb in here and then raise it up into the next room? Is that how this thing works?
Seems that way. I'm kind of concerned about staying here without knowing all what's in this building, especially if we heard something going from underground and there's another door that leads downstairs.
Well, I mean, if we can get out with the star chart, not need to fuss with any of it anymore, then all the better.
Sounds
No,
optimistic.
Don't know where the star chart is, so there's that.
What else haven't we explored here?
We don't know
There's
what's
that,
beyond
yeah.
this sterile vault. We don't
And
know
then
what's beyond those two doors downstairs.
Well, since we are already here, shall we
I would-
explore?
Couldn't hurt, especially if we can find out how these, I mean, that demon thing had a pretty big problem with mode, it sounded like, so we probably don't want to leave that loose end untied.
Did sound like that.
If we're going to be spending the night here, like we might have to, I'd rather not have something sneak up on us.
Also, just a heads up for the group, this place was definitely desecrated by someone, so there's a good chance there's still someone in here. Just a
What-
theory, but
Desecrated in what way?
like desecrated with magic. Like somebody
Unhallowed.
summoned these demons here.
Yes,
Aha.
demons don't typically appear for no reason.
A hollow,
They-
what does that mean?
Unhallowing is when you take hallowed ground or just regular non-consecrated ground, and what's the word we'd use here? Corrupt.
What are the
Corrupt.
effects of that?
Well, for one thing, demons can walk around. Undead are stronger in it. Who knows? It depends on the hollowing.
Yeah.
I see. Is this the only room that has been defiled?
This whole place is desecrated, right, Beck?
Based on your pings, it seems to be just that red room.
Okay. It seems to be just the red room, but I mean, nothing's stopping them from leaving this red room, so.
What is the Pale Knight?
That's a great question.
If nobody interjects, you can give me some religion checks.
If nobody interjects.
Right, that's so leading.
On what? I'm sorry.
Ace asked
What is the Pale
is.
Knight?
Oh,
There it is. There it is.
She's
Get lucky
kind
once.
of an awful person. Things more accurate, probably.
What?
What? Never mind.
No. Continue. What is the Pale Knight? You sound like you might know.
I might know, but I don't know.
Well, it's written on this wall of this desecrated temple.
Is it? I missed that. I probably would have said something if I noticed that.
It's right here. And he like points at it in these giant blood letters.
I apologize. I know this map is very dark.
I was like, I
It
can't
is
even
really
see that.
dark.
Like, I don't even see Pale Knight looking at that part.
Oh.
I don't either.
I see
Life
it fine.
begets life.
Yeah, so scratched out in blood. The word life is scratched out, or not scratched out, but painted over with blood. That looks to have been reapplied several times until it eventually kind of just worked like paint. And then above that, in abyssal or infernal, and I put the translation above that just for convenience, the word life has been replaced with the Pale Knight. And there are several similar replacements on the rest of the mural in this room. So the new one reads, and I'll just type it out because I know it's really hard to read.
Did I notice this writing when I was like investigating the room, whether like it just happened or somebody did it?
Yeah, this was like described when you guys came into the room. It's very easy to see. You all saw it for sure.
Yeah, I just didn't like actually can't physically see it.
Okay, so I guess I can tell you a little bit. Pale Knight is an abyssal lord, one of the rulers of hell, basically.
Does he have a specific domain?
I would know that. Give me a second, I forget.
Is it pale night as in night evening or night as in lord?
Evening.
I do not understand abyssal, so I do not know if that is has a distinction. And then Nomad goes quiet for 5 whole minutes, staring off into the distance.
Because Moat Nat Twined is religion check, I can kind of dump some things on you, and we can pretend that it came from a combination of Moat and Flick.
Yay.
Double
Right?
Nat 20.
Tiefling bros. And the double nat 20.
And actually, Nomad, you may have heard of this as well, or have memories of people that have heard of it. It's kind of a common boogeyman story. The Pale Knight, or Pale Knight, is an abyssal lord. She's a demon queen of some sort. She is some sort of very powerful entity within the Nine Hells. A lot of people within the Nine Hells, or a lot of fiends within the Nine Hells, are content to just take as much power within the Nine Hells as they can. They war with each other, they try to get to the top, they connive, they backstab. Pale Knight is very focused on moving her power out of the Nine Hells and trying to develop an influence on the material plane. And one of the ways that she does that is by basically seducing people into inviting her and her children into the material plane to breed with them, to produce these bizarre, mutated, half-fiendish offspring until they eventually develop a strong enough foothold that those offspring can create a desecrated place, invite the more powerful ones in. It's all just sort of a ploy to eventually move more and more of her power out of the Nine Hells and into the material plane.
Oh dear. So this is the mother.
Do you think that it sounds like the siren, I guess, that we found, succubus,
The
was probably one of her
succubus.
servants?
Perhaps.
She was kind of
More
pale.
than
likely.
She was kind of pale, wasn't she?
She did have kind of like this ashy gray skin.
They talked a lot about her back at the Order. I just, never really thought I'd, fight her servants right off the bat.
Perhaps we should tread very carefully then.
Moat, actually, I'm also going to send you a thing. Sorry, carry on.
I love that a lot.
Is this not exciting?
How do you know about all this, Flick? Is this common sailing knowledge? Or?
Yeah, I'm kind of curious about that too. The Order kind of made it seem like this was pretty Order specific.
Well,
I don't mean to pry if you don't want to talk about it. But...
Yeah. Friend Flick, if you do not mind me asking, who are your parents?
well, I know who my mother is, but I don't really know who my father is. My mom never really told me.
What if, but this is reaching here, your father is the Pale Knight?
Well, Pale Knight's a woman, so I highly doubt that.
She's also a demon.
You'd be aware that, some fiends are capable of shifting back and forth. Some are completely agender to begin with. Pale Knight almost always does present as either amorphous or female, but, I guess it could be possible.
I point at Yule, and I'm just like, listen, Yule is pregnant right now from blobs. Do you think the Pale Knight cannot do that?
I don't like to think about that. Please not.
Do you
No.
think you are a blob baby?
I don't believe I'm a blob.
Perhaps we shouldn't start spreading rumors at this time, Nomad. But I am curious on
Not rumors.
where is this a common knowledge from where you're from, or is this something that you learned?
No, this is more of a personal experience.
Where are you from?
I knew it!
Not my father-mom thing. I don't
Okay.
think so. I hope not.
I believe you.
I'm from Willingquit, just like a few of you guys are. I really need the map because I know
Okay.
where I'm from, but I don't remember. I think it's Seatoll, but... Flick's
You ever
memory
been to
is better than
Balmoral?
mine. I don't know. Flick, heck, have I been to wherever he just said?
You're a traveler. You travel on jobs. You've probably been to Balmoral a few times. It's a really big city. It's in fact one of the largest and most powerful cities back in Willingquet. It is the capital. It's a predominantly human city, but there's a good mix of some dwarves, some elves, some rat folk, some tabaxi, just a little kind of melting pot, but predominantly human.
Yeah, I've been there once or twice.
It is a
No,
very
just-
standard fantasy RPG kingdom.
Just curious. That's where I, grew up at.
Well, I didn't expect this to ever come up, but Pale Knight has tricked me a couple times, and I don't really want to go into specifics just yet, but let's just say she and I don't have the greatest relationship. She may be trying to find me on still.
Tricked you like a demon lord has tricked you personally?
Shit happens.
I mean, Gale pissed off a god, so I mean, it's not really that far off.
The Pale Knight is your ex?
No, dear God, no.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna insight check Flick.
Sure, go for it.
I totally think the Pale Knight is his ex.
Pale Knight is not my ex, and you can say that with certainty.
24.
24, it's still that.
There you have it.
Not about the X, just about how truthful you're being, and if I'm trying to get a feel for your emotional state. I don't know.
Well, he fears her quite a bit. He's had some bad shit with her in the past. He said he didn't want to talk about it now, but he'll go into more details. He wasn't like making some sort of, well, I guess you wouldn't, just by inciting.
One last thing. In case this pale knight comes for you, what should we look out for? How can we protect you? Or each other?
Well, standing in this room is probably not helping.
Did you make an enemy of the Pale Knight? I mean, she's kind of a point of not contention, but at least up for discussion in the order. She's kind of a big deal.
I mean, kind of. I've done a few things that I'd rather not say that I've done because of Pale Knight and her holding shit over my head. And after I did one such thing, I couldn't take it anymore and basically almost offed myself, and then I've been hiding from Pale Knight for the last, I don't know, several years.
When you say that you did things for the Pale Knight, Moat notably takes a step away from you.
That's why I wanted to drop it.
That's fair.
I don't do those things anymore, and I don't plan on ever doing them again.
No, I believe you.
I'm sure we all have done things we're not proud of.
This is an insight check on Moat about whether he believes what Flick is saying.
Yes.
Terrible.
Many things.
Hold on. Yep, he believes it.
Why persuasion?
At the same time as Moat takes a step back, Nordo takes like a step forward and is like, Flick,
They're both appropriate.
I told you some things that I regretted doing, and you stuck with me and reminded me of the things I did before don't make me who I am now, so I'll grant you the same kindness. Maybe we ought to just get out of this place for now. We can hash out the details somewhere safer. I don't think we should spend more time here than we need to if this person's after you.
That's what I was getting at. I'm not trying to hide anything from you. It's just now's not the place.
Yes. For what it
Agreed.
is worth, friend Flick, I am happy you did not turn off.
You're happy I didn't what? I'm sorry, you cut out for me.
Turn
he
off.
didn't.
Oh.
It's an expression, friend Nomad.
Well, that's it's a lust thing, isn't it? I've heard it before. Don't turn me off, turn me on, all that sort of.
Ace just like pinches the bridge of his nose, just sighs. Nomad, sweet child.
I am not a child. I'm quite old.
Sweet old baby. Okay, so are we continuing through this door? I think we should get out of this room. So do we want to go deeper, or do we want to head back up?
Let us explore.
All right. Flick, my eyes are still hurting. Could you take lead? I'm not very good at seeing.
Here. This is very related to me, so I feel like I should go first anyway.
All right.
I'll step up there with Flick as well.
Where are you guys going?
The door!
Ace, can I put you on a toddler leash?
Which door? The door in the red room?
That will
Door in the
hinder
red
me.
room,
And you are slow.
All right.
It is true.
What are you guys doing with the orb? Where's the orb going?
We'll take it with us for now, do you think?
All
We
right.
can't leave it
Yeah.
up there unprotected.
Who's holding it?
Tell you what, can I use it?
Vasu!
Yeah, can Vasu?
Vasu will stay behind in the red room and watch the orb
Okay.
until he
Perhaps
hears
he-
something weird happening.
Perfect.
Is he still bleeding? Is he okay?
He's okay. He's just recovering. All right.
I'm gonna stick next to Granny and kind of keep an eye on her.
Perfect. As you guys head through the door, you do see that there's a set of stairs that winds down and to the left at a pretty sharp angle, and it seems to kind of twist for a story or two before it eventually opens up into a very kind of claustrophobic, dark, damp chamber that has a big pit that goes down and down and down and down. And you can see that there is a set of metal bars, like a cage, that has a door in it that can slide open, and it is currently closed. And you can see that there are some mechanical contraptions that suggest this might have been like a mine shaft or a lift of some sort, but the lift is nowhere to be seen. The mechanics have long since decayed. They're broken. One of the support beams is kind of cracked and fallen in. But you do see that there is a rusty metal ladder that kind of runs down the side of the chamber. And it goes down as far as you can see with your guys' dark vision. You guys are all at, what, 60 feet? Does anyone have longer than 60 feet? Then yeah, those of you with 60 feet of dark vision can see 60 feet down, and then there's just more black.
Hey, Gale, can you do that thing where you make something glow and drop it down there?
I think Gale had to AFK for a little bit, but he is happy to cast light on an object.
Well, he can do the artificer thing where he just like makes an object glow, can't he?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Maybe, hold on, maybe not a light first. Let's just, I just take like a copper piece out of my bag and just drop it down and try to listen for how long it falls before it hits something.
Sure. Give me a perception check. Alright, you take a copper piece out, you kind of toss it down, and it falls and falls and falls. And after probably, 8 or 9 seconds, you hear a plink. And then another 8 or 9 seconds, you hear a deeper plink, like it hit the far side of the shaft and then bounced back and hit the close side. And then 8 or 9 seconds later, you hear another one, like it's bounced off another wall, but that one is so quiet you can barely hear it. And then after that, you don't hear anything else.
Do you guys think this is like that other giant hole in that temple?
To the
Just gonna
Underdark?
keep going?
Perhaps.
I
mean, a lot of this is on Underdark, so it would make, or Undercommon, so it makes sense that this would lead to the Underdark.
What do you suppose the bars are here for? Keep something in to keep something out?
It's hard to say, really.
I
Perhaps for
believe this
safety,
may be
even if it's
the creatures I spoke to earlier said that sound we keep hearing came from down below, so my suspicion is this is where the crybaby or whatever's making that sound was at.
About 35 seconds after you have dropped the coin, everything around you starts to rumble, and you hear very loud and clear from the hole directly in front of you that moaning, wailing noise that seems to pick up. And it seems to get louder and louder. And it goes for about
Let's go.
10, 15 seconds. You kind of all pull back, you go back out. And then after about... Yeah?
I don't immediately pull back out like all the way to the door. Like I'll step into this archway, but I want to like stay here and see if something like comes up to the bars.
Okay. Give me another perception check. As you just kind of stay and listen, you hear movement from deep, 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 deep down. Just the sound of something scratching on stone from...
You cut out.
Easily hundreds of feet below you. As this wailing sound kind of comes to a close, there's just kind of this faint, distant scratching. Like claws on stone or claws on metal. And then that goes on for like 5 or 6 seconds. And then you hear just this very soft, like, kind of follow-up moan. And then it goes quiet. and everything is quiet for about 30-40 seconds.
Does the scratching during those 5 or 6 seconds sound like it's getting closer or further away, or neither?
Neither.
Or can't tell.
Like, it didn't seem to move as it was happening. Like, the moaning sound sounded like it got a little closer at first, and then it kind of stayed consistent, and then there was the scratching sound, and then the follow-up, and then it all got kind of quiet.
Okay. Alright, at that point, I'll just go back up to the room. Well,
I am
we,
intrigued.
believe we found Crybaby. Not entirely sure there's anything for us down there.
Does the baby need a bottle?
Ace looks like he really wants to go down there.
I don't even know how we would get down there. You heard how long that coin fell. It must be thousands and thousands of feet down, or even.
There's a ladder.
I climbed down thousands of feet.
I don't know much about how all this works. I know you think maybe that pit leads down to the Underdark. Are we sure it doesn't lead down to something worse? The hell or whatever's down there?
Pretty sure hell is separated by a veil, correct?
It can be, but not always.
All I'm saying is I don't think there's a star chart down there, and I think whatever's down there can't get past this door and those bars, or it wouldn't be down there anymore.
Notably, and this doesn't require any sort of expertise, the bars look kind of like old-fashioned elevator bars. Like, they might keep a person out. Anything like big and strong would be able to just rip them right out. They're not made to be like super strong. They're not like a jail cell bars. It's kind of just like a, hey,
Right.
Don't fall down this shaft to your death.
I just mean if there's something down there and it wanted to come up here, it probably could have done so a long time ago. I think whatever's down there is down there on purpose.
Okay. So I guess now what?
Well,
Do you
maybe
think
we
the star
check
chart?
maybe we check that sterilization room and see if there's anything new to guide our way in there.
It looks like we might need to wait for the alignment of a star with possibly an orb, perhaps a key. I'm not sure.
Not the sterile vault, the sterilization chamber over there in the underwater dome.
The only problem is if we open it, it will be full of water. Unless, I guess we can use that candy contraption that Gale has.
Candy contraption?
Handy.
Gotcha.
But yeah, that might be a good idea. We can head over there, see if there's a way to open it.
All right, you guys head back over.
Yep.
I
and we're
do
gonna see.
not.
All right. What's up, Mo?
Okay, so this is a vague question. Tell me what I need to roll. Do I get any idea why somebody would want to desecrate this place in particular?
Oh boy. Give me a religion check.
Would you like help from me?
I would love some help.
I give you help. Or do you want to help me? It depends.
Too late now.
Yeah, you got 17 anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, I just kind of stay in this room. I want to figure out, I don't know, why somebody was desecrating this place specifically.
Yeah. This room in particular, it's a little hard to say. The observatory as a whole kind of makes a little sense, mostly because it's kind of a secret place. It's underground, there's not a lot of public traffic. It could potentially go unnoticed for a long time. When people find out that there's a demon summoning going on, they go get the authorities and they get that shit taken care of because that's not good. So generally people try to do it in places that are kind of secret. If the theory that leads down to the Underdark is correct, there might be some advantage there. The Underdark is not hell, but it is theorized by a lot of theologians to be one of the closest places on the material plane to hell. And people generally kind of have these tall tales that as you go deeper, you start to find more demonic influences. People go crazy. You can hear cackling and laughter, and you find fiends and that sort of thing. So, like, there's a couple of just, like, vague explanations for it, but none of them really stand out as, like, super, super strong.
Yeah, they're not strong. I'm from the Underdark, and I am not demonic.
Inside
No,
check.
you're not.
Meanwhile, over in the sterilization room, the three of you guys go check out this glass door, and there's a handle, and it seems to just pull right out. Whoever suggested it is not wrong. If you open this door, water is probably going to pour in. It seems to open outward. And Nordo, because of your experience before and your just general smarts, it's going to take a lot of strength to open it against the pressure of all that water.
Can we use Gale's water thingy to just clear an area of water around it?
He was able to clear like an inch or two of water in a small area. This is like 3 feet of water. It's a little beyond what Gale's invention is capable of doing.
And you said
I
this is like
will
a
drink.
set of 2 doors? It's like a Sally Port sort of situation? It's like one door and then a small space and then another door?
Yep, that seems to be the case. And the back door is made of glass as well, but it appears to be kind of frosted. So you can't really see much through it.
Well, if we just get into this little chamber here and then close the door behind us, open the next door, we'll put some water into the next chamber. It won't completely flood.
Does it look like the next door opens into the chamber or into the little alcove here?
It seems to open outward.
This
So
way?
like towards you guys, I should say.
Well, if the room feels full of water, it'll be difficult to open the door because of nowhere for water to go.
We drink water out of that room with Gale's thing.
That would possibly be doable. It's a smaller space. He could probably rig it real quick to kind of, if he spends like a good 20 or 30, he could probably rig some sort of pump real quick to empty that room out.
So this is above the chamber that had the stair vault. No, it's not. It's not. It's off. Never mind. There were no other doors that we saw, correct, down here?
Not in this chamber, no. This is the only door you see.
Perhaps we should head up and see if anything has changed since we raised that pillar.
Good idea.
Yeah. I mean, we know about the pole up there.
I was going to say, you saw that the pole had emerged. This cover is slid back. You got it a little bit cleaned out, but it's still kind of filled with gunk and some of the remnants of the skeleton.
Perhaps I can reach in with my hand.
We can just get it out the old. It's just bones, guys. We kill things all the time. It's fine. I can just pull the bones out with my hands, so we don't have to spend too much time here.
You are already cursed.
All right. So,
Aren't we all?
you just going to kind of start scooping things out?
Yep.
All right. It's easy enough. You have to be careful. They're like these bones, like the other ones that you've seen, are brittle and they snap off into these sharp bits really easily. But once you kind of become aware of that and you're careful, you're able to kind of scoop things out. You do see that there is just a recess in the top of this black obsidian-like pillar. It's the right size for you to put your orb in, plus a little bit of extra space. It's dirty. You clean this stuff out of it, but unless you've got like a wet rag or something like that, it's still dirty.
Or Presto.
Presto will do the trick if Moat wants to Presto it clean. That gets it clean and sparkling.
Thanks, Mo.
Anytime. And by that I mean I'm investigating this room trying to figure out what the fuck's going on, but okay.
Yeah, you take a close look around the rest of the room. I guess give me investigation.
Yeah, the whole room's just freaking me out too much that I just don't even want to look at it anymore.
Also, can you bring back that document that had all the star stuff that we found in the main room?
Sure can.
Thank you.
So, I mean, like, Vastu was in range for all those smites earlier, right?
Yeah, he would have been.
Okay, got it.
Do I know via math what days of the week each of these star charts would have been on? Or I guess what month we're in? Are we in any similar month to these?
I mean, you guys are in, I think, August, right? Let me double check. Yeah, you guys are in August, which is 8. These range from July to October.
Damn it! I accidentally deleted it again. Where is it actually stored at?
It's under Flick's notes. You should all be able to see it though. All right, what you guys doing?
Sorry, I'm quiet. I'm eating.
It's all good.
I feel like we should just put the orb in the pillar and lift it up to the next room. Probably lift it like up into the machine to get it activated, I'm assuming.
Can you do me a favor, Feck?
What's up?
Can you take the star chart and like flip it for me so north is actually facing north? This thing?
Oh my god. Maybe. The idea is that you're looking straight up at it. So like this is kind of forward, this is directly above you, and then this is directly behind you. If you were standing
I'm just trying to compare it. I'm just trying to compare it to the astrology, like the what are they called? Stars,
Constellations.
constellations. Yes.
Those green marks, by the way, are the coordinates that are on that note. Nordo didn't do that, so pretend like one of the intelligent characters did.
Yeah, probably Flick maybe might have pieced that together.
Probably.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if it lines up with either the August 2 constellations.
There you go. So if you rotate it 180 degrees, it looks kind of like that.
Perfect. And where would these green dots be then?
Oh my god. Fuck, somewhere.
If this is just a waste of time, you don't have to worry about it. I'm just sure if it lines up with
I'm just gonna go and flip this back to normal and not say anything.
Wow.
It's okay, it was a good train of thought, but I'll save you a little bit of trouble.
Cool.
Alright, Norda, you want to put the orb in?
I'll probably leave it to Nomad to do since he has proficiency with this machine, but...
Alright, there is no proficiency required. You bring it up, it's sparkling clean because of Presto, and so is the pillar. You place the orb into it, and it does... The light from it, as you set it against this black pillar, seems to immediately dim, like it's all being sucked down into the pillar as soon as it makes contact. And from there, it looks like it is just kind of a glass orb.
Is the pillar glowing by any chance?
It is not. You can see that right next to the orb, right where it makes contact, there's kind of this faint caramel color. Again, kind of like dark amber or obsidian or something like that. But no, for the most part, it stays pretty much dark black.
Alrighty.
Are there any changes in the room?
You take a look around and everything looks the same as it was.
Can I look into the orb?
Sure.
Crystal ball.
Yeah, you, I guess give me investigation or perception.
Go investigation. Hold on. Let me close this astrology thing. Investigation. 20.
As you take a close look, you do see that there are faint geometric patterns, again, very similar to the ones on the pillar and on your spell focus and on the metal. Kind of like that, just these faint fractal patterns that are kind of etched into the glass very dimly. You don't really notice anything else super interesting or unusual about it.
I'm gonna head up to the main.
Sure, up in the astrology chamber.
Anything different here?
The only thing that is different here is that you see the hole in the bottom of the sphere. A hole is opened up in the stone flooring that looks just about big enough for that pillar to go through. And as you look down through the hole, you can actually see down into this room.
Interesting. Was there any? Like I said, I'm just gonna. I guess I just yell down to it. Hey, Nordo, Nomad. Is there any mechanism to make that thing go up any further?
I am not sure. Do I know if this is a
Oh
cave?
wait, the
one
thing
that
at the very
goes-
bottom.
right.
Yeah, we got to turn that all the way up to make it go to the astrology place. So, can you pass the message down through your hole to the bottom floor and have them raise it to the astrology level?
Sure.
Alright.
I have 120 feet of like
Telepathy, yeah.
telepathy. I'll just trans.
Yeah, to save time, we'll kind of, you guys figure out the logistics and you're able to get this thing turned all the way to the end. And sure enough, those of you up here watch as this black column rises up and up with the orb carried in it, through the hole, up into the astrology chamber until it kind of pushes its way into the bottom of this big metal copper sphere in the middle of the room. And as you kind of finish tightening that wheel all the way to the right, there's a little bit of a latch and a click, Ace, and you hear this thing being set into place.
Does it look like there is the pillar that we raised all the way up that was already in this room? Does it look like there's like a concave on the bottom of it?
So the bottom of it is still in this orb. In other words, you don't see the bottom of it. And as you kind of ponder that, it's a little weird to you because it moved up like probably a good 30, 40 feet, and this sphere is only about 10 feet in diameter. In other words, you don't know where it went.
So wait, so the orb vanished, or?
The orb that has been carried up from below has been pushed into the bottom of this big copper machine.
Oh, okay, so it's not like popping up the top.
Correct.
Alrighty.
I'm going to draw this from the side because it's a little confusing. So before, you had big thing. You had a bridge walking out to it. There's a little Ace on it. Hi, I'm Ace. And there's a black thing that goes up into the ceiling, right? And then coming up from the bottom of the floor, this new thing came up with the orb in it until it was pushed up into this machine.
Alright, so I sit in my wheelchair, I put my little helmet on, and I find all the mutants in the entire planet.
Okay.
I'm kidding. I'm gonna start pulling levers.
All right, what do you...
And I'm gonna push up... I'm gonna push the lay up a little bit.
Okay. As you push the lay up a little bit, I'm going to switch you guys off to make sure that I get the right thing on the first try and I don't fuck this up. Bear with me for a second. Oh wait, I don't have to do that. I did this way. I'm so smart. You watch as little pinpoints of light from the bottom half of this big copper ball begin to emit a pattern that covers the bottom half of the spherical chamber. And there is just this swirling display of lights and colors. It's mostly still, but you can see that it is very, very slowly shifting and evolving and migrating over time. Just very slowly and faintly.
Alright. I'm gonna push the sky up just a little bit.
Alright, as you push the sky up just a little bit, the entire top half of the room begins to glow this very bright white. Even just a little bit almost kind of fully illuminates the room. However, this time, as you do, you notice that there is kind of this hazy dimming effect that covers part of the room. So it's almost like half of it is brightly lit and then half of it is kind of covered as if by a cloud. And as you watch for a second or two, you see that it is kind of a cloud. And it kind of rolls across the ceiling and then kind of drifts away over the side of it. And then another one, a couple minutes later, starts to roll into view. It reminds you like looking up at the shadows of clouds.
Interesting. Alright. I do lower them both back down before I guess, actually, I'm like, hey everyone, come back down, or up here, or whatever. Alright.
Wow.
So, Nomad, you kind of know how to use this, right?
A little bit.
So, I'm gonna... Is this a button, right? That like switches some. What is this? What does this do?
Oh, yes. So I should have mentioned, as soon as you heard that clicking sound, as everything locked into place. Oh no, don't do that. A little light came on.
Yay! All right, and the pillar that we raised up is still high up in the sky, right?
Yes, that is poking up into the sky above you.
Perhaps we should lower this and see what happens.
We can give it a go. Everything's working so far.
We turn the echo down.
All right, you turn Echo down, and you watch as the pillar is retracted and the grate above is closed, so that you're not exposed to the open air of the sky above you. Nothing else changes.
Should we turn up the lev in sky or the lay in the sky?
Actually, because Nomad is here, as soon as you start to wind this echo down, even just a little bit, Nomad, you notice that this sky lever clicks down to the bottom.
Did you notice that? It went right down and it clicked.
Did the lay click all the way up because you moved that?
No, it's still technically about here, which means it's not quite as bright as you see here. You get the feeling it's just a brightness slider.
Should we turn the lay all the way up?
Yeah, try that.
All the way up.
All right, you push it all the way up, and then the colors look about as bright as they look on screen.
Does it look just like light, or does it look like it's actually like tangible?
Give me an investigation check. Moat, Yule still looks okay. Looks like Yule. Ace, you look very carefully, and it appears to be just light being projected. And in fact, if you kind of go walk around in the bottom half of this thing, you do see that you cast a shadow over all of this. It is effectively a projection. It's not like an illusion or anything like that.
Perhaps we should close the shield. Is the shield closed or open right now?
Right now, like if you brought it partway down, the shield is closed.
No, the shield. This thing.
Sorry, you're right. Yeah, it is still wide open. Yep.
I close the shield.
All right, you close the shield. And sure enough, the hole above you closes.
Hmm.
And I'll say, note that when you move this to the right, the sky thing went down completely with a click.
Perhaps we should raise it all the way up again then?
Couldn't hurt.
All right, so we close the shield, or open the shield and raise the echo.
All right, you open the shield, raise the echo all the way back up.
Push the button.
It's not a button, it's just light.
It's just
and then turn the sky up, maybe?
Right, yeah. Turn the sky up, and again, it's very bright. It's more projected light, but you do see... actually, I should check a thing real quick. Yeah, it's kind of this weird static pattern of light with occasional streaks of darkness that kind of run across it.
What if we turn it all the way up?
It's almost painfully bright, especially for, Ace and Nomad. Mostly Nomad, really.
Okay, turn it back down a bit, I guess a bit.
Nomad, you're proficient with this. You're starting to understand what's going on. You think it's just because it's daytime outside. It's too much light that's being pumped into here.
Yeah,
it did
this
say
is usually done at night.
It did say Saturday at midnight, which is tonight. What is that thing at? I can't find it.
Notably, those of you with Arcana experience and knowledge of the ley lines know that Saturday night is when people...
You cut out.
Those of you with Arcana experience and knowledge of ley lines know that Saturday night is when the long rest happens. It's when magic is really at its strongest.
Right. So this might activate exactly at that point.
What time is it?
It's probably still pretty early. It's probably 1:30, 2 o'clock. You guys woke up pretty early to get started on this.
Yeah.
It sounds like perhaps we're gonna have to wait for the day to come out. Is the echo that's raised all the way up? Is it actually causing a seal, or will we have to worry about the water coming in and flooding inside it?
So you've noticed that the water is prevented because of the black column that goes up through that hole. But even some of the water that trickled down in the former state of this place, because of the weird gravity in this room, just kind of spreads around the outside of the room. None of it touches the machine in the middle.
Gotcha. So I guess we have a few hours to wait. But 11, 10 hours. What should we do?
Downtime, but perhaps Gale could try and get Fierro to turn into a bird? Since
Just
we
getting
have...
a message back to our ship should be a priority, I think.
Yeah.
I'm going to go observe the sterile vault and try to decipher these clues while we wait.
Okay. Sterile vault. Let me see if anything has changed.
I'll go with you. Safer.
Yeah, as you go take a look at the sterile vault, you find this this keypad. You do find the infernal writing above it. You do find little runes that are just still the same way that you left them. Nothing too unusual.
You say a keypad?
Yeah, so you see this grid of, like, buttons. Yeah. It's just a 4x4 grid of buttons.
I press this one.
Alright, you press it. And a little light shines in the middle of it. Moat, what's up?
So while we were doing our downtime, I want to head outside of this place. Are we still, like, alone? Do I see any way back to, like, the city we fell from? Anything like that?
Yeah, you kind of go back up and you take a look around. The place seems to be kind of left the way it was. There's kind of a light rain and some strong winds that have sort of forced a lot of things either into hiding in the trees or just back into the water. You don't notice anything, like... Give me a perception check, I guess.
I will join him up top and accompany him that if I can.
Alright. Sounds like Gil will go ahead and return Fiora to crow form. He's going to get an illusory script message sent off to the ship. He begins flying off to the north, kind of following the river back up. And as you watch Fiero, you do see that, you know, he's able to fly up that waterfall super easily, and he just kind of starts following the river. Moat, you don't see anything like... You know, you're a little distracted by all of this. You don't see much that's super useful beyond the obvious.
Right.
Nordo, you can see that, honestly, it's kind of just a peaceful time right now. A lot of the predators aren't hunting right now. There aren't a lot of people nearby. Just kind of gauging from this low vantage point. You imagine that you could just trek back through the jungle if you can find, you know, there's places where you could make a climb up that mountainside or hillside, rather. You're not going to want to do it right at the waterfall because it's just a cliff there, but if you kind of make a little trip around it, it's more of a hill. So yeah, a trek through the jungle for about 3.5, 4 miles would get you back there if you wanted.
Cool.
But yeah, jumping back down to Ace.
Alright, I want to press the button I already pressed again to see if it goes out.
It sure does.
Alright, and then I'm going to press a few buttons.
Alright.
I want to press this button, this button, this button, this button, this button, and this button.
Alright. All of those buttons light up. We have a Vasu.
Done bleeding.
At this point, Vasu does rejoin. All of those buttons light up. Nothing else happens.
Hey, sorry about ditching you in that fight there. I don't do well with like blood and viscera and all that shit. I just got a little queasy. I'm sorry. It won't happen again. I promise.
Don't?
If you don't like blood and viscera, then you're definitely not gonna like the bottomless pit full of wailing horror beyond.
I'm sorry. What did you say was in the bottom of this pit?
We don't really know. A very, 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 very long fall down to whatever was making that terrible noise we heard last night.
Oh, jeez.
I'm assuming nothing happens when I do that.
Nope. I'll let you know if anything weird happens. But, you know, you're kind of just like playing with lights. There's only 65,000 possible combinations, so like eventually you're gonna get it. But in the meantime, Moat, what's up?
Yeah, sorry. While me and Norder are alone up top, I just kind of at some point turned to him, and I'm just kind of like, I'm sorry, Norder. This Pale Knight business has me kind of on edge.
Yeah, I could tell you seemed kind of shook up down there. I figured it was just all that that horror show of blood. What's the Pale Knight mean to you?
I mean, I like Flick and I trust him, I really do, but he's worked for the Pale Knight, and I don't know everything about her, but she's not something you mess with. And if she's really after Flick, I don't know, it's nerve-wracking.
Well, I mean, it sounds like maybe he got involved in some things that he didn't mean to, that were over his head. I can understand that.
No, I don't blame Flick at all. I mean, I don't know how else to put it, Nordo. Like, the Pale Knight is something that, like, the Order doesn't quite understand, which is weird for us. Almost, we don't know what balances her out. We don't really know who she is or what she does. The fact that she might be after Flick is just, I don't know.
Nordo kind of like chuckles, I don't know, sort of out of place at that, and he's like, you know, it's unusual for me to see you scared of something you don't understand. That's rare. And I'm not going to pretend I understand it either, obviously, but what I do understand is that Flick's my friend. He's the reason I've been able to come to terms with all this, and well, I think we ought to be there for him. Either way, I got plenty of things to be scared of. I don't think I'm about the Pale Knight be the one that drives me away.
Yeah, no, you're right. I'm just being paranoid, I guess. But yeah, I've got nothing against Flick at all. I mean, I've only been with the Order for like a couple months now, and the Pale Knight's one of our big mysteries, so to speak. It's just weird to think that I'm already dealing with her, but I guess it's just more proof that I'm where I need to be.
I suppose it is. I don't mean to sound dismissive. I understand if she's a big threat. She's a big threat. We've dealt with a lot of terrible things. I'm sure we'll get through it just the same. And it's strange to see you frazzled. Usually you're the one giving me this talk.
Yeah, you know, I guess I just kind of unexpected to hear about it. But you're right. We got this. It's just Pale Knight. What's the worst that happens? Gotta fight off some demons. We just did that.
I could think of worse things, but whatever happens, we'll handle it, I'm sure.
Yeah. You're right. Thanks for bringing me back.
Of course, you've done it for me more times than I can count.
But just in the meantime, I guess just be on your toes, Nordo. I don't know quite how to put this into scale, but she's really not something that you mess with.
He had looked kind of like it was funny to him to see you like frazzled, but now that he sort of like gets your level of concern, just like, you know, I'm always on my toes, Mo. We got a good bunch of companions now. We'll whatever happens, we'll handle it.
We will. And more than that, look out for Flick. I know it sounds kind of weird, but I don't know what he got tied up in, but it's bad. I know that much at least.
Understand. It took me a while to warm up to him. I didn't exactly trust him at first, but it was the other day after I told y'all told everybody else anyway, my story, all the things I'd done. And he said something stuck with me, that my past doesn't make me who I am. And I don't know, I've been trying to come to terms with my past for a long time and trying to put all the, I don't know. It's not just the bad things I did. I used to be unstoppable, unkillable, and I gave all that up because it all was too dark of a thing for me to handle. But I don't know, Flick's helped me realize I should maybe try to find a way to make some good out of all this horror.
Yeah. No, I understand that. There's good and bad out there. You just gotta figure out where you stand in all of it, I guess. Like I said, Flick's not a bad guy, and I know you're not a bad guy. You're a great guy, Nordo. Don't ever forget that. But I'm just worried that Flick might have some demons after him, in a literal and figurative sense.
I'll keep my eyes peeled. You got my back, I got yours.
Same as always.
Alright, jumping back downstairs. Ace, you've been fiddling with these lights for a little while. What is the plan? Do you guys want to go... Are you literally just going to pass time, or do you guys want to do anything?
I think we should head down. But the only thing I can think of is it says this this here. I don't know how that could translate here. Perhaps there's more clues in the sterile vault or sterile room, or down further.
My only deal with it is that the sterile vault makes it seem like the constellations are the third part of the puzzle. So
Yes.
if we skip to the third part without doing the first two, then we might have to wait a whole week, and I don't think we have time for that.
Yes, so we need to have a key, which could be, and then something with the hand, perhaps that means the pad.
You don't suppose that's referring to that device that Lokatha Bone was wearing on its wrist, do you? Like you need to be wearing that on your hands to get in.
Perhaps. The body's just laying right over here, isn't it?
Yep, you guys kind of just grabbed all the bones and moved them aside.
Yeah, and they're down here. So I guess I grab the wrist thing and I walk over to it and see what happens.
Alright, you bring the wrist over, pretty much just the arm with the wrist thing. It doesn't seem to react in any meaningful way to that.
Perhaps there's another clue inside the sterilization. Perhaps you have to be sterilized before you can go to the sterile vault. Makes sense?
Yeah, that seems like it's probably not a coincidence. We've got the time to spend if we're waiting for nightfall anyway, and I don't suppose we couldn't just go check it out.
And as Flick says, if we do need something with the constellations to get in there, we'll need the stuff. We'll need the rest of this for that.
What's troubling me is that, well, I don't know, maybe not.
No, what is it, Nordo?
I don't think it's anything. The writing on here is in Undercommon, and then the other one is in Infernal.
It is quite strange.
Well, and it makes sense now if someone has taken over this place to use. I just wonder why, whatever this does, the demons or whatever have already gotten through here. Like they've clearly figured out how to use it because they've written down their code for how to use it.
Perhaps, but if they needed the orb downstairs, perhaps they did not. In fact, does this look like it's like the same age as this? Infernal writing and the...
Give me investigation.
Do I still have that bullcrap on me?
You sure do. That's high enough, even after the penalty. It definitely looks newer. It looks like it was literally just scratched in, like with a blade or something. Whereas the rest of it, written in Undercommon, looks like it was done by design. It was carved that way initially.
Okay, well, if that's the case, perhaps we should hurry then. That way we have optimal time tonight.
Works for me.
I'm prepared to go in with you guys if you want. I'm quite
There's
small.
Enough room for us all. Why don't I just try going in first? It's going to be tough to get this door open enough to fit anybody through. Let's just see if I can even get it open before we even talk about it much more. You got that crowbar still, little orc?
Of course I do. Here you go.
Give me athletics with advantage. Okay, it takes a little bit of work, and you try to go as quick as you can because you don't want to let too much water in. But after some effort, you are able to open the door and kind of make your way inside and then close the door behind you so no more water gets in. And when you do, you take a look around, you can see that there's a mirror to your left and a mirror to your right. And kind of embossed into the mirror on the right is a message in Undercommon. Do you speak Undercommon?
I do not.
Delightful.
I do. Just, can I see through the glass to see it?
Give me a perception check once he's pointed it out. You can try to read it. It's a weird angle. And the penalty? Yeah, from out here, it's just too hard to read.
Could you try to copy it onto this mirror, onto this glass in front of me?
Now that I'm in this little room, is there enough room for me and Ace in here because he's so little?
Yeah, he's real little. He could do it.
Okay, can I just try to pry the door? Well, actually, now that there's water in here, the pressure's equalized, right? So I can just open it.
A little bit. There's still a lot of water out there, but it's easier now this time, and you're able to push it back open long enough for him to join you.
Okay.
And once he is inside, the first, and actually you would have noticed this too, even without Ace. The first thing that you notice is in that little mirror, the one on your right, there is another slot that looks like this. But then written beside that slot in Undercommon are these.
All right, so it sounds like we should take all our clothes off and get inside and hold our arms out, and then it should activate. I don't. Is there any other writing in here?
Taking a look around the room, that is the only other writing you see in here.
It says that it's extremely dangerous to inorganic objects, so anything that's not organic, clothes, weapons, sounds like they might be destroyed. Or damaged.
It looks like we need something that fits in this slot before we're able to use any of this anyway, so...
Is that a slot, or is it...
Yeah,
Hold on.
It kind of vaguely reminds you of a keyhole, it's just bigger and thicker.
I tried to unlock it with my face tentacle.
Does it look like the bracelet thingy would fit in it?
Bracelet thingy.
The resin or whatever plasticky thing?
No, I'll try to draw that out, but that just looks like somebody poured a bunch of goop around their wrist and then it hardened.
But it looks like we need the key. It looks like the same hole that there's on the keypad upstairs. So maybe we can look around for a key in one of these damaged rooms.
Does it look pickable?
Give me a Thieves' Tools check.
That's just like any dexterity check, right?
Yeah.
I don't have...
Yeah, if you're not proficient... actually, if you're not proficient, yeah, well that's fine.
I'm a thief.
You're a thief. You kind of poke around a little bit. You've got dark vision enough to kind of peek in, and that hole is honestly a lot wider than a standard keyhole. And you can see that there are these weird metal grooves that run along the inside of the thick part, but you don't see the normal mechanisms of a standard lock. If it is
no tumblers or whatever?
Yeah, no tumblers, no pins, nothing that can be raked. And if it was a lock like that, having it this wide would be really unusual. You get the feeling it probably is something like a keyhole, but not a standard key design. You could.
Does it look like I can stick my hand in it?
No, it's too thin for that, but it looks like you could fit like a pencil in it.
Interesting. All right, looks
hate
like we
to-
need a key to get in here.
I hate to do more desecratory things than we need to, but there are all those bodies and holes out there. I wonder if one of them's got a key on it.
Wouldn't be completely unheard of. Sounds extremely dangerous, though. But, I mean, what isn't?
Well, at least we know now that the crybaby, whatever it is, doesn't live in the water, so the only dangers out there are whatever beasts and other things live out there.
Whatever these bodies full of worms are, correct?
Yes, that as well.
I'm sorry, hold up. Rewind a second. Did you say bodies full of worms?
Yeah, so things were... the snapping turtle said that these creatures these spiny skeleton creatures found bodies, put worms in them, and buried them in these little holes.
I'm out. I'll catch y'all later. I'll see you back up at the ship or something.
I'll
All
go
right.
check up if you could.
That actually is probably what Vasu should have been doing this whole time, is flying back to the ship and then flying back here.
It's a few miles away, so he's got time. We've got hours.
Yeah, he could have done that while you guys were doing it. He'll accompany Fiero with the message just to make sure that they're both safe. And you're able to find that the ship is fine. The kobolds have pulled the ladder up. They're a little concerned because there's been a commotion. And notably, there's a huge amount of 3 Kreen that are just clustered around where everything happened, and they seem to just be, like, investigating it.
Oh boy.
Way more on the surface than the last time that you visited, despite the terrible weather. But yeah, they don't pay you much mind, and you're able to report back, tell them what's going on. They do ask, like, should we try to, like, get the ship over there or something?
You know how to fly this thing? Do I know how to fly this thing?
Well, Moat...
Does anybody here know how to fly this thing?
Moat looks like he just kind of stands at the wheel and looks really heroic and kind of concentrates really hard, so I can give it a shot.
Oh, I can do that.
There's no wheel there, but like it's cosmetic.
All right, hang on. Yeah, well, let's try to take the ship back over there with us. I bet it'd be a great surprise for all these guys.
Oh, I love
Did
surprises.
you get the ring
They'd
from
be
Moat?
they'd be so tickled.
Nope.
Let me just go. I gotta dress up properly if I'm gonna be flying this thing.
Oh my god, do you have a costume?
No, you'll see. I'm gonna go try to find a big hat,
Okay.
He's
a
back
big
here with
captain's
the-
hat, feathers in it. And if I remembered that I needed the ring to control this thing, shit, I probably wouldn't have thought to like bring it with me. But
I mean, you remember
how long does it take to fly there?
About 3.5 miles. It's probably like, I don't know, half an hour.
Okay. Depending on how much time I had while these guys were dealing with all these blood babies and horrible shit that I heard about, I'll either bring the ring with me the first time if you're willing to be merciful, or I'll fly back and get it, I guess.
You'll have to fly back and get it, just because you didn't remember until you got there the first time.
Yeah, that's fair.
But, and then it's an hour to attune to it. Or is it attunement? I think it's attunement.
He can literally do it while he's flying, though, can't he?
Yeah,
Yeah. Well,
I can start attuning to it on the fly back.
kind of. You do have to be, like, concentrating like a ritual. Anyway, one way or another, a couple hours pass, and you're able to get control of the ship and bring it over.
I didn't think it was attunement.
It might not be. I'll have to double check.
But yeah, when I get there, when I get back, I'll message Gale. I'll be like,
Hello?
hey,
Hi.
guess who's back?
Are you done bleeding from your eye sockets?
Oh yeah, I feel way better. I went
You
out.
don't sound better.
I'm fantastic. I went out and I got something. It's a surprise for you.
Yeah, I got a surprise for you too.
I love surprises. Why don't you gather everybody else up and come on back? I got something to show you.
Alright.
I don't like this.
Alright, and I go and I start gathering everybody up. I'm like, guys, Vasu's been possessed. We need to put him down. I
we
think
all
one of
knew
those
this day would
slugs might have
come.
gotten. I think one of those slugs got into his head. I've known him the longest, so I think I should be the one to do it.
That
seems
is fair.
Do you feel like you might be jumping to conclusions? You kind of do
I
that
don't
a
know.
lot. Like every
He
time.
sounded.
Like every time you talk, it's a
sounded-
conclusion.
I don't know. He sounded real bad.
What did he say?
I'll try and mimic the creepy tone that Vasu is pulling.
But actually do it. Please try and actually mimic it.
Please.
Hey,
It's
how you doing?
oh my gosh, he is possessed.
Get it? Why don't you go get everybody up and gather them all up into a tiny little corner for me? How's that sound? Good. I got a surprise for all y'all.
Yeah, that could sound.
It just sounds real suspicious.
I'm insight checking Gale with a 24. How much shit is he full of?
I mean, I don't know. Gale can answer that.
Like, how much of that was accurate, and how much of that was him ad-libbing?
That's what Gale believes it sounded like.
That's what Gil believes, so it has to be correct.
It was pretty close. I just didn't say that you guys had to all get into like a corner.
He interpreted it.
It was reading between the lines.
To be entirely fair, Vasu has been talking that way to all of us for some reason lately. I think it might just be a thing for him right now. Phase, maybe?
Oh, no, that is because I suggested he speaks more quietly when speaking in the mind directly. It is less
Abrasive?
distracting. But now I feel like it is even more distracting.
And as this conversation is happening, Flick is gonna hear Vasu in his head now. Hey, buddy.
No.
How you been? How's everything going down there?
It was fine until you started talking to me like this. Why do you sound like that?
I'm sorry. I'm just trying not to alarm anybody.
You do realize whenever Nomad says that, it's more alarming than him just talking.
I'm sorry. I'll
Okay.
I'll have to work on that. But
Okay.
anyway, I got something that I want to show all you guys. I think you'll really like it. So
Sounds pretty.
once you're all done bleeding and such down there, why don't you come on up? I got something to show you.
Okay.
Make sure to tell everybody.
Christ.
Like, if we weren't literally in a dungeon where a blood monster was impersonating us.
Oh man, I didn't even know about that. That's great.
One way or another, you do get the ship there, and anybody who falls for your ruse can come up and see that it is there.
Yeah, I will come up.
Why are you calling it a ruse?
I don't know, man. It's pretty creepy.
Voss is just proud of himself. You know, he never thought he'd have to worry about flying the ship or any of this stuff. He could kind of just handle that all on his own. And now look at him. He figured this out all by himself. He flew this whole boat back here. He didn't need either you guys.
I mean, all you have to do is stand there, really.
I gotta stand there and look pretty. I'd like to see you do that.
You did a fabulous job.
Sorry, that was uncalled for, Nomad. You look fantastic.
Vasu, you did great.
No, that's a lie.
I mean, you look good for for someone with a bunch of tentacles on the face.
Oh, thank you very much.
You're doing the best you can with what you got, is what I'm trying to say. And I appreciate the attempt and the effort. You look nice.
He does have those nice rings.
You're very fashionable too. I love your coat. Where'd you get it?
I bought it, and then they chased me out. Well, Ace bought it for me because I was not allowed in town.
I'm quite fashionable when it comes to Nomad. Also, I have my hand raised for a question.
Yes, what's up, Ace?
Do I know what implants means?
Implants? Yeah, I mean, like, jewelry, anything medical that's been inserted in the body. Like,
do I know what? Does it sound like science, too scientific?
With your, are you proficient in medicine?
Nope.
Probably not then.
Okay, I'll ask Nomad.
Although I'm proficient in weird orc medicine, so maybe.
I am
You would-
weirdly proficient in medicine.
You guys, anybody
Hey.
proficient in medicine would know about it. Again, technology is kind of a weird thing because on the one hand, it's old times, but on the other hand, you have gods of medicine and knowledge saying, like, hey, put a stick in it and it'll fix that elbow or whatever. So, like, the concept of like bracing a broken bone with an implant is something that advanced medical people might know about.
So this is like a cranial implant where you have like a computer in your brain.
Oh God, I mean, if that's the case, you certainly wouldn't know about it.
That's what I was asking. Like, does this sound like a word that I would not completely
Gotcha.
understand?
No, this is more like, oh, I've got a gold filling for this tooth.
Well,
So-
Ceramorphosis technically is an implant.
Fair.
You can't come in
It
here.
is replace the brain.
All right. Is there any other writing in that room? Any like?
No, you take
slots
a
you could
very you take a very close look over the rest of the room, and there is no writing anywhere else to be found. No slots. Give me investigation just to be like super sure.
I assist.
Give me. Oh, actually, yeah. Give me your penalty, because that might matter.
Jesus fuck.
You do
Oh, no.
notice that the mirror that the writing is on looks like it is intended to swivel, but there's no obvious easy way to do it from out here. You know,
Does it look like if I push on it, has any give?
like it gives a tiny bit, which is kind of how you get the idea that it's probably meant to swivel. But even with Nordo's help, it does not push, at least not without
Gotcha.
like exerting enough pressure that you're worried about breaking the mirror, which is an option if you want to do it.
Gotcha. Do you think perhaps the key might be down the scary spooky hole, or should we go ahead and look for these bodies?
I don't suspect the key's down the hole. That seems a little bit defy belief.
Seems too dungy crawly.
Something like that. Seems like too much of a eldritch horror deep in the Underdark. I don't know why I would have a key.
Yeah.
I just want to
Mind
state.
body.
I just want to state that when you met Nomad, he had a key.
He did, and he is an eldritch horror from the Underdark, so maybe we should consider it.
I'm just saying, I've met one Eldritch horror, and it had a key. Mostly because I had explosive diarrhea when you met the other two.
I do believe these bodies are our safer bet, but safe is not really the right word. I think we better gather our friends before we alert any danger.
Correct. And I have Ace's hand crossbow, so I should be able to shoot underwater pretty well.
All right. So what's the plan? Where are you guys heading?
To the dead bodies!
All right.
So once we gather everybody up to come down here, I will go out there and just I guess I'll go to the one that I saw earlier that had little feet kicking out of it and just start investigating bodies for keys.
All right. The two of you give me investigation or survival. And Flick, what's up? You had your hand up.
My
Oh,
investigation.
I was going to look around the room for the key and not leave the room
Sure.
and go towards it.
Yeah, go and give me investigation as well.
I rolled a 13 a second ago. It's above
Oh,
his
perfect. Gotcha.
investigation.
13, 12, and 8.
I'm helping Ace. So
Okay.
he has advantage.
Yeah, go and give me another roll, Ace. -2.
Oh,
18, that's a lot better. All of you guys look around really thoroughly, both inside of the chamber and throughout those holes. Ace and Nordo, as you guys are investigating those holes, you find a lot of bodies, some of which are in varying states of decay, most of which look pretty old. The ones that have decayed a lot all have those same like spurred bones. They look malformed. They don't look right. And every now and then, as you poke your head in, you'll see that one of the lesser decayed bodies is staring right back at you, and it's got these big dead fish eyes. And a lot of the times they'll have kind of big holes all over their face or their shoulders or their bodies, just like this cave, but on a smaller scale. And occasionally you'll see like a little white strand kind of poke out of those holes and then pull itself back in.
Hate this.
They look at you, they kind of move a little bit, but they're really, really slow.
Yeah, I don't linger for long on that.
You do check almost all of them. Almost all these bodies appear to be stripped. There are no possessions, no objects, no items on any of them, or at least not the 10 or 15 that you check before these things start pulling themselves free of the holes, and threatening to come at you. If you want to kill them all and look more thoroughly, you totally can.
How many are there?
There's 8 or 9 that are starting to poke their heads out at you guys.
Well, I have to swim back for breath anyways because I don't have water breathing.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's worth. If they're all disrobed, I don't think they're going to have keys on them anyway.
Yeah, as you guys kind of pull back, they do seem to kind of just like stare at you with this cockeyed, big saucer fish eyes, and then they kind of go back into their holes.
These look like the spawns of that one incubus.
Look how boring that one is. Especially compared to that one that's big boned bones.
And that stocky one. Oh, look at that beefy boy up there.
Got big bones.
All right, so I guess we gotta search for this key then.
Is wormstock like woodstock? That's wormsack, not stock.
Wormstock is a cool name though for like a devil or something. I'm gonna have to add one.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, a worm devil for later on.
I'm gonna go up to this door and I'm gonna take out that squishy thing I have and I'm gonna put it in the hole and see what happens.
The squishy, like the blue little rock?
Yeah.
Alright, you kind of squish it into the hole and it doesn't fit, but it does replay its message again.
Okay, gotta take it back out.
Okay.
What was the message again? It was like blah 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 blah.
Yes, that was the exact message.
It's written down on the stone's description on there.
Yep. Alright, where are you guys headed?
I'm personally tempted to go back outside and just burn this place to the ground now that I'm hearing about all these worms and shit, but...
Nordo's fresh out of ideas, so he goes back up top and starts fishing for dinner with his magical fishing pole. Also, at some point, he asks Yule to identify this magic fishing pole.
Alright, Yule.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Grandmother, I've, you know how you can do that thing with your pearl that lets you see what an item does, what its magical nature is?
Oh, sure.
You mind doing that on this fishing pole? It kind of hums when I hold it. I think it might be magic.
Oh, yeah, I can take a look at that.
Alright, you sit down with this fishing pole up top with Nordo, and you begin to cast Identify. Are you doing it as a ritual every 10 minutes, or are you spending the spell slot?
I'll do it over 10.
Alright. You sit down with it, and you begin to study for 6, 7, 8, 9 minutes. And about 9 minutes and 40 seconds in, right as you're starting to close off the ritual, you feel this awful, sharp pain in your right wrist. And it just turns this awful bruised black color. It begins to drip out little bits of the blood, breaks your concentration on the ritual, and then scampers off into the water. You have to start over.
Can I attack it before it goes away?
Sure, go for it. Give me an attack roll.
What is it?
One of the blood babies inside her.
Yeah, Nordo is not having any of that shit. He catches it before it's able to scamper all the way off, and just slams down on it, and it hardens and kind of smears like a squashed bug across the stone. With that annoyance out of the way, you're able to start the ritual back up, and this time it goes off without a hitch. I will put a card in here, but you learn that this fishing pole does not require lure. It produces its own, or bait, I should say. And it has a very faint enchantment effect on it that makes it look especially appetizing to fish. It also magically untangles itself and unhooks itself if it ever gets, accidentally snared.
Awesome.
This is just the greatest thing I've ever heard.
Beautiful.
That's it.
Much obliged, Grandmother. I think I'll work on getting us some supper. I fish, and I also bring Kakishi down from the ship to get some fresh air and some birdseed.
Alright. You guys are kind of just killing a little downtime waiting for nightfall. If anybody else has any downtime roleplay they'd like to do real quick, we can do that. Otherwise, we can fast forward. Holy fig. Get a card real
How
quick,
much
please.
downtime is it?
It's probably about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, maybe 2:30 by the time Vasu gets back and you guys explore that chamber down there.
I was peeing. I have something.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, I'll jump back to that in just a second. It's probably going to be a good 6 or 7 hours before it's dark enough. But yeah, Ace, what would you like to do?
Can you jump back to the other side so I can look?
Sure.
So I go up to Flick. Hey, Flick, there is a lot of things written on that wall. Do you know what a plague fisher is?
I don't believe so. Do I? Let me make a check for that.
Give me a religion check. Nah, never heard of it. I mean, it sounds like a sort of abyssal name. It's written in abyssal, but yeah, never heard of it.
I'll ask Moat. Hey, Moat, do you know what a plague fisher is? The thing is written on the wall there. Claims of the weak.
Yeah, Moat can give me a religion check too.
I think he's talking to Meph right now.
Oh, it might be.
Tell her to fuck off. Doing something.
Okay, we're okay.
All right, I guess I'm just gonna spend the rest of the time looking through every room to try to see if we can find this key.
Every room that you've been to so far, or are you wandering down that shaft?
Oh, I want to, but the rooms we've been in so far.
All right, give me an investigation check to see if you find anything unusual in any of the rooms that you've been to so far.
Does anyone want to assist me on my investigation?
I will if no one else will, but I have a 0, so.
Well, I can just do it with advantage.
I mean, you also have the -4, but.
I have a +8 to investigation now.
If you help me, I also have a +8.
You spend most of the next few hours just kind of going back over all your tracks, looking for anything that you might have missed. And you don't. The only thing that really strikes you as relevant to your search is that on the writing by that glass chamber leading to the sterile vault, it did state specifically that you needed to be accompanied by Dr. Samalia. That it feels like you might need her key specifically for this.
Dr.
I think we need
Smiley's
her resin.
Okay, well, which one's Dr. So, did you see Dr. Sumerian in your video?
Dr. Samaria, you say?
Samalia.
Yeah, also when these worm sacks started popping out, did any of them look like they had wrist things?
You said Isomalia?
Right.
Yeah.
Like the founder of this. I think that's a Lokatha that was stuffed into the thing. Into the recess.
Those bones did not have any, keys or anything on it. It was just bones apart from the side, the wrist bit that had been preserved.
Yeah, the resin. There might be something in that resin.
The only thing I can think of is if they worked at this observatory, we haven't found any rooms, any places they would sleep. And this was an elevator shaft. Perhaps if they were in fact from the Underdark.
It's true they might keep it where they sleep. Or in an office somewhere. I don't know.
You really want to go
Sorry,
down?
I cut out. Perhaps since they're from the Underdark, they would in fact have their living quarters further down. Everything here is written in Undercommon. Why would it not? They would only really need to come up here to see the stars, would they not?
I suppose that makes sense. If you really want to go down there, I'll go with you.
We'll be quiet and sneaky, and if the things get bad, we'll just come back up.
I am terrible at sneaking, but I wish to go with you.
More the merrier.
You need some sneaky guys coming along that can be real quiet.
then come on, Vasu, we need you.
I don't want
It's
to
not the same. It's not the same without.
We do need to maybe put a dark cloak on.
Why?
Because you're brightly colored.
I am not.
You are pretty bright.
You're pretty bright.
You can't see colors in darkness, Feck.
It's true.
Oh, that's true.
It's not
If
like
it's
any of
dark
my. Or it's not like my vest is like reflective.
That's
It's
fair.
true.
And it's pretty
Perhaps
cool.
we should head down then.
All right. Is anybody not going down for this stealthy half of the party?
I'm still
This is-
fishing.
This is the stealthy half. I'm going to use my second use of Child Divinity to give me proficiency in stealth.
Good call. Good call.
I'm still terrible, but not as terrible.
Okay, I'll be rolling now to see how horrible I'm gonna fuck this up.
All right, everybody who's going, go and give me a stealth check.
Oh no!
Fuck.
Oh, still higher than Voss.
I talked myself up and I rolled a 1. Don't
You're
put
right
on
there,
a dark cloak. I have 20 decks. I'm proficient in stealth. This isn't supposed to happen to me.
It's probably because you're complaining out loud.
Yeah, that might be it.
Alright, well, if we get caught, I'm not going to get caught, so.
I like to
Okay.
imagine that as we're climbing down, Box is just like, guys, he's just talking about how stealthy he is the entire time.
I am gonna inspire this roll.
Yeah.
'cause I
Oh,
have
there we go.
inspiration.
All right.
So,
I think at some point he realized, like, oh, I don't want to go down there. Now that I think about it, it's real scary down there.
All right, so Ace pretty stealthy. 18 after the penalty. Flick really stealthy. Vasu after the reroll, moderately stealthy.
How the fuck did you get lower than me?
Also, Mo, now that you're back, I asked you if you knew what a plague fisher was.
I made a
Do I
religion
know what
check.
that is?
I made a religion check for you. You do not. It sounds vaguely like an abyssal name, but that's all you really know.
Okay.
Can I make a religion check?
Sure. And
plague
Flick
fisher
is invisible.
Flick disappeared, guys.
I'm sorry, what?
Nomad, you're confident that it is definitely the name of some fiend. It's an abyssal name. It's a very esteemed abyssal name. It sounds like a big, important, abyssal name. It's not the name of just some mook or grunt. Like, anybody big enough to have a cool name like that is probably pretty powerful. Because most of the time it's like,
a pale knight,
hard to say.
like the same kind of like well known in this.
Yeah,
Does
like,
it sound like the weird thing that Flick gets all his magic from?
oh boy. All of these are a little beyond what you get with a 23. 23 is just enough to know that in order for have a fiendish entity to have a cool name like that, it means they've probably devoured a bunch of souls and other fiends and grown to a certain level of power and, made a reputation for themselves.
Yeah, I tell you that. Like, it's probably a very powerful demon
Alright.
because, the weaker ones do not really have names, or if they do, they're not known.
Moat, since you just got back, Norda's up fishing, trying to kill time until dark. Gale is kind of doing the same. Yule, are you going with the stealthy half of the party, or are you just going to play it safe and wait till night?
I'll wait.
Alright.
What does Elise do?
Elise is going to wait. She's not sneaky. She'll let you guys do your scouting mission. And then, Moat, do you want to do the scouting mission, or do you want to wait and see what they find?
Nope, I'm not sneaky at all.
Alright.
I'll wait.
Well,
Hey, Vasu. Do you want to borrow Nordo's night vision goggles then? So you can't see?
if I do that, it rules out the no. I can't have dark vision because I need it as an excuse to roll poorly on it. Because
They're also attunements. You have to spend a whole hour on.
yeah, fuck that.
Oh, I didn't do our attunement.
No, the dark vision goggles aren't attuned.
It depends on how
Mine
much
are.
you spent on them. Yeah.
Mine are
Oh.
the shitty version.
As the stealthy half of the party makes their way down, this ladder goes forever. It is like it almost gets to the point where you're wondering if this is literally an infinite ladder. But eventually, thankfully, after like 15 or 20 minutes of just awful arm and leg rending climbing of this rusty old ladder.
After 5 minutes of climbing, I would have suggested, does anyone want to just drop down and I will just feather fall?
That's an option if you want to do it.
But we can do the cool slidey down thing. Just too much for us. Too much for
Slidey
us.
down.
The cool slidey
No.
down thing might like rip your hand off. It's not like a super clean ladder. It's very old and rusty.
Okay,
I
before we send anybody down or try to glide down the ladder, though, I am just going to send Shu down because he has dark vision and can fly.
All right. Then before, it takes him like a good 20 minutes to return, but he does eventually return and say, "Oh yeah, it's way the fuck down there." But it has a bottom. He's able to tell you that it does have a bottom.
Okay, now tell me that in Shu's voice and attitude.
Oh no. No.
please? Okay,
Yeah, it's got a bottom.
great.
Yeah, that's all you get.
Look for yourself.
Do you guys climb down, which could potentially exhaust some of the weaker ones of you? Or do you want to do Nomad's Featherfall plan?
If we do the Featherfall plan, I'm cool with that.
But if we're gonna get exhausted going down, are we gonna get exhausted going up?
I would rather only get exhausted one time.
That's true.
You guys gotta climb back up.
Can you even spread your wings here?
You can't see it, but I'm flipping you off right now.
I was gonna say it's pretty tight, but Vasu, you're very acrobatic and you're a monk. It's gonna be rough, but you can probably fly up if you're careful.
I can also dash straight up if I really need to.
Oh yeah, you've got that too. I forgot.
I got
Also,
the thing.
I don't know if this counts, but the people traveling with me we don't take it stuff from difficult terrain, so I don't know if that counts.
I mean, the ladder kind of functions as if it was a clean, normal ladder. But like climbing is not difficult terrain to begin with, so it doesn't help much.
My favorite terrain is ladders, so.
Oh, now that you put it that way. Either way, just real quick decision: climbing down or Featherfall.
Featherfall, guys, or climb down?
I
I don't
do enjoy
mind.
falling.
Yeah, I don't mind either way because like if we don't Featherfall down, like, you know, I save spell mana, but like if we go down, I don't get exhausted, so it's not so bad.
I will definitely get exhausted if I go down. I'm a
Okay.
really small boy.
It's true. Right, we're feather falling.
All right, you guys coordinate a Featherfall, and you all take a leap of faith, and down you go. And Nomad pops Featherfall to slow your descent. And after some time, you drift down, and you can see that there's just a very faint orange glow that greets you at the bottom of this shaft. And you can see that there's a cage that is currently open. There's the wreckage of a long, ancient, decayed lift that has fallen and been destroyed and ruined over time. It looks like you're in some sort of a cave or cavern formation, kind of like a mine. But then looking down away from where the ladder is, you do see that there is a smooth stone wall, just a little bunker that's been built into this cave with a metal door. And it's just this lift, the ladder back up, and a metal door leading out.
I look for two things. I look for tracks, and I look for those scratch marks that Nordo was hearing.
All right, give me investigation. Or survival, either one would work. Whichever one's a better bonus for you. 15 is good. You don't find any scratches down here. You don't find any marks. You don't find many signs of life. But you do find that coin that had been dropped down. It has kind of clattered just a little bit outside of the cage.
I pick it up.
All right, it's a coin.
Receive one copper.
You're 1 copper richer.
Yeah, I'm gonna return it to him later.
Perfect. All right.
So I'm gonna go investigate the door and see if there's anything like. Is it like locked? Is it like look black?
Yeah. It looks like a pretty heavy metal door. It'll probably squeak a little when you open, just like any other metal door. You can give me an investigation check to find out exactly how loud it'll be and whether it's trapped.
Well, I have a burglar's pack. Does that have like the oil stuff in there? I know you used it as mustard.
Yeah, I think it does. I'm pretty sure it's got oil in it. Somebody's got to have oil. You guys all have like tinder boxes.
So I'm gonna investigate the door first, I guess. If anyone wants to help me, or
I'll help.
I can help. Yeah, or unless you
Oh.
want to do it, Nomad. You're so good at investigating now.
I will try. You're gonna help? Then this is with advantage. 22.
All right, you take a good look over this door, and it looks like a pretty normal door. It's very old. The hinges are real squeaky. With oil, it'll probably be a little bit quieter, but you know, it'll make some noise when you open it. It doesn't
This
appear
will be
trapped.
loud.
It doesn't look special. It just kind of looks like a metal door.
There's no writing in this room, and is there any way to like look through the door? Like, is there like a gap or a keyhole?
There is just a little bit of a gap, kind of at the upper right corner, where the door has slowly kind of come off one of its hinges. It's very faint. It's just enough to let like a little bit of a draft in. It's cold. It smells faintly of fresh water. That's all you really get.
Fresh what?
Fresh water.
You said this area looks smoothed out?
It just looks like an artificial stone building that has been constructed into this cave, yes, or carved out of the cave.
Should we continue onward? Might as well.
Might as well.
All right, I'm gonna I'll oil up the hinges as best I can, and it's like you're really good at picking locks, aren't you?
No, I can do it, but I'm not great at it.
Currently, you're probably better than I. My eyes are still. I'm still feeling kind of woozy.
All right.
All right.
I thought you had expertise in it or something.
No, I have these tools, but I'm not even proficient in them apparently.
How not? Aren't you a thief?
I'm not a thief rogue, no.
Or rogue? Rogues defaultly have it.
Do they?
Yeah.
Huh.
Rogues are defaultly proficient.
It might only be if you take rogue as your first level. It might not work
Yes,
for
if you're
multi-classing.
warlock first, it might not be.
I think I picked rogue first because I'm like, oh, I get more stuff. Why would I not take first?
Either way, regardless, whoever goes up to this thing with the thieves' tools and starts to pick it finds that it is not locked.
Rogues get thieves' tools even as a multi-class.
Gotcha.
Yep. All right, so I guess we'll try to slowly open it.
All right. As the door swings open,
The fuck?
Oh, we entered hell. Wonderful.
Tried to
Inner
join
door
you
squeak.
guys.
That was.
Actually, this is really pretty. What is
Yeah.
Really
Are they
weird.
stone? The gems? We can have all these gems, guys.
so you look out and you find yourself in an enormous cavern of some sort. It reminds you immediately of the Underdark Ace. There's a series of glass-covered catwalks that are suspended over just this seemingly endless black expanse. There is the faint smell of like wet cave, and you smell some of that fresh water. And it seems to be drifting into this glass tunnel through broken segments of the glass. You can see little shards of glass just ahead of you in the bend where something is broken in the dome, and the glass is scattered on the floor there and then been dulled with time. Every now and then you can hear drips and distant ripples way, way, way below you. But all around you, this pure dark blackness is broken by what appears at first to be colorful stars. There's these pinpoints of color and light at seemingly impossible distances all around you. There's a stone chamber ahead that has a metal door that is currently closed, and then you can see through the glass tube that there is another catwalk that leads to another stone chamber further in.
We're currently in this thing right now, right?
Yep, you guys just stepped through into that glass chamber.
This is beautiful.
The music to go with it too.
I'm gonna take a look around and see if I can see any movement out there.
Give me a perception check.
At least it'll be beautiful scenery when Crybaby eats all your asses.
Ha! That's my fetish.
Ace, you took a look around and you're just so focused on all of the lights. It's pretty and you can't tell what they are and you want to know more about them. Flick is very accustomed to ignoring the bright lights to keep a sharp eye out for ships on the horizon and other things. And he knows that one of the ways that you do that is you look for shadows that obscure the lights. And Flick, as you are taking a look around this massive expanse, you do see suddenly a patch of green lights suddenly reveals itself, like something that was in front of them has moved away from it. And judging based on the distance of those lights, that something was pretty big.
Alright, I just saw something pretty massive moving down there by the green lights.
Perhaps we should hurry then? But be stealthy?
What are we looking for down here, by the way?
A key, perhaps?
Well,
Is this next door locked?
Do you open it? Or
I
investigate
just
it?
want
Or just...
Can I just use my rogue skills to just like feel if it's locked?
Yeah, you can kind of just like try to tap it and see if it's locked without fully opening it. You tap it real quick, and the handle moves a little. You get the sense it's not locked.
I think we should continue, but be hurry.
Yeah, let's just go. It's probably not trapped.
Vasu, do you need help seeing?
Nah, I'll be alright. Just hold my hand.
All right. I checked to see if it's trapped or anything.
All right. Give me an investigate. Oh, you already did. Looks clean.
Let's go.
All right. I oil it up again and I open the door.
All right. You swing it open, and you are greeted by an empty stone chamber that has several metal bookshelves in it. Let's see. The shelves are filled only with rotted paper. There's some smears of blood, bat droppings, spider webs. However, you do see that the entire interior of this chamber is filled with enormous claw marks. And some of those claw marks have formed writing in Infernal, which I believe Flick understands.
Flick knows.
And it is just rantings. They killed Mother. Mother is gone. Why did they do this to Mother? Why did they take Mother away? And you give me an investigation check, Flick.
Excellent.
Oh no.
Delightful. Yeah, just scratching us of all that. You do see that this north door has been busted down and is just wide open.
Can I inspire my investigation check?
Sure, go for it.
That's
Don't
better.
you like me?
As you kind of check out one of the darker corners of this room, you do find a scratched picture of, at first it just looks like a random shape, but the shape starts to make sense to you because you see it a couple times. It looks like this. Let me make sure that's on the right layer. It's drawn in 2 or 3 different places with the infernal writing, I still have a piece of you, I still have you. They can't take you from me.
Great.
Oh,
The
they have the
key.
key.
I think whatever that is that made all the scratching has what we're looking for. Unfortunately.
We will have to return when everyone is with us.
Yeah, we should not go by ourselves if he can do this much damage.
I'm going to quickly look over the shelves and see if there's anything that's not rotten paper.
Sure.
Yeah.
Give me an investigation. Looking through, there's some equipment, some tools, some glass beakers. You can see that there are several trays that were probably used for some sort of experiments or research. But it is ancient, and as a result, most of it is destroyed, useless, just rotten.
All right, we need to get out of here now. Bad juju vibes. So let's go.
Understood.
All right.
Come on, Vasi.
As you guys make your way back out of this dome, anyone have a passive perception better than 13?
Yes,
It is 13.
Mine's 16.
Delightful. Anyone with a passive perception of 13 or better, as you walk out of this door, you notice that there is a shadow and a very large eye that is above you, looking through the glass corridor like it had been waiting on top of this stone thing for you to come out.
Dislike.
And it blinks a couple times as each of you come out, and you hear an infernal, "Where are you going?" And you see this thing start to pull itself like an octopus by these long-toothed tongues that leave trails of slime along the glass as it starts to move towards the hole in the glass about 20 feet ahead of you.
This one?
Don't leave me down here. And you feel the entire catwalk start to shake and tremble. All of the lights all around you start to blink in and out from these distant cavern walls. And
Run.
Real quick, let's get some initiative to figure out how quickly you get out of here.
No habla Inferno?
Frisk, not every language you don't know is Spanish.
He rolled real low on initiative, that's good.
I rolled really low in initiative.
Nomad's fucking dead.
Alright, Flick.
I have 3 lower than that because it was a D20.
Gotcha. Oh, and also, with passive of 16, you would see that at the top of this mass, as it starts to slowly pull itself towards the hole in the glass ahead of you guys, that there is a humanoid-like head that kind of pokes out of this writhing mass. And around the neck, there is a simple golden chain with a golden shape that looks like the shape that was etched into the wall. And he's wearing it as a necklace.
Fantastic.
Excellent.
Alright, Flick, you're up.
God.
Run!
I want to just run, but then Nomad's not gonna make it.
What do you mean I'm not going to make it?
I don't know that in
At your
character.
losses.
But bonus action dash, I can get pretty far. 5, 10,
Do not worry. I will cover the. I will cover the whatever you call this.
40. Oh wait, I can do that.
Allow me to be your rear guard.
So within 60 feet of me,
Ooh.
Woo!
I'm gonna have that appear like right. And grasp at Crybaby, then run for it.
Can you see that, by the way, Vasu?
Definitely can hear it talking.
Oh no. Friends,
Oh,
Fuck!
why are you leaving me alone?
We're just going to go get more friends. That's all.
Alright, anything else, or is that your turn?
I'm not fighting this. Nope, think that's all I can do.
Alright, at the end of your turn,
Oh no, it's got things.
Legendaries.
It has things.
it has legendary action.
Very thing.
Always split the party.
Flick runs through the doors. Peace out. Vasu, Ace, and Nomad. You watch as this thing's multiple eyes all refocus down on the three of you jumping back and forth. It says, "You'll stay with me, won't you?"
Could it see me?
It's in Infernal. I don't know if any of the rest of you speak it. To the rest of you, it just sounds like it is wailing and moaning in this awful noise like you've heard before.
Does Shu speak Infernal?
I don't
No,
think he
we
does. No.
established he didn't.
Yeah, they don't
Also,
understand
just-
any languages except you.
Also, can it see me because it gets no advantage from seeing me in the dark if it has dark vision?
That's a good point. Let me see if this is dark vision or something else.
Does it have true sight? Because I'm invisible.
It sees both of you.
Oh, great.
And I'm gonna need Nomad, Ace, and Vasu to give me a. Well, you start to feel changes inside of you as the eyes focus on you. You feel things growing and shifting and twisting. Awful dull pains in your bones and your necks. I need a DC 20 Constitution saving throw from each of the three of you.
Jesus.
20? What in the fuck?
Well,
We're all gonna die here, guys.
I nat 20 that.
he can't even. He can't succeed.
Bet you're glad that you made it back for this, Voss.
Yeah, real glad that I
Could
came
I-
back in time for the fucking TPK.
Could I use my
It's not the
inspiration?
whole party.
You can use your inspiration if you want.
It's just 3 of you. It's fine.
Just the
Yeah.
stealthy part.
The rest of us
Oh.
couldn't get down to if
I
we
would-
wanted to. It was like a 15-minute climb down that ladder.
There you go.
Ooh, okay, Nomad is okay. And Nomad, remember this because I will forget you are immune to this effect for 24 hours.
Excellent.
Ace, there is no rule that a nat 20 auto succeeds on saves, but you did nat 20. I will let you roll again, a d20, and if you get an 18 or higher on just a flat d20, I'll let you save.
Okay.
Oh, good luck. Here's only one below. Oh,
Alright, we get to have some fun. Ace and Vasu, give me a d100.
oh no! Are you mutating my friend?
Is high good or bad?
Oh, jeez.
Oh, those are both really high.
I'm so scared. What the fuck is this?
We either survive together or we die together at this point.
Vasu, your feathers begin to harden at the tips first, and then it seems to crawl down through the down to your skin, and you feel your skin is becoming brittle and cracked and dry. For the indefinite future, you have vulnerability to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage.
Fuck!
Make sure to note
Run.
that somewhere, because I will forget.
Indefinite
Put your
future?
For the foreseeable future. Ace, with a 96.
Feck, can I interject real quick?
Sure.
We're fucking level 6!
Ace, your vision starts to blur, and at first you think it's like the effect that you had earlier, but then you realize that you're not just blurring, you're seeing double, and then triple, and then quadruple, as if you were looking through 4 eyes. Nomad and Vasu, you watch as above Ace's normal head, a second head sprouts directly above it that looks straight up into the sky.
What does it look like?
Ace, for the foreseeable future, you have advantage on saving throws against being charmed, frightened, or stunned, and you have a second head.
Does it look like my first head?
It does, but it is on top of your first head, like stacked vertically, and bent
Hold
back
on,
at like
I
a
need to write
60-degree angle.
Wait, Vasu gets at the vulnerability to damage. Ace gets advantage versus.
He rolled really high.
Extra head.
Yeah.
Advantage on what exactly?
Advantage on
and
saving throws against being charmed, frightened, or stunned.
Oh, there's like 2 Ace heads now.
With that said, that's his legendary. Vasu, you're up.
That was just the legendary. I tell Vasu to just run.
Okay, so I start to run, and then all this shit happens. I'm changing what I was going to do, and instead I'm going to look right back at this guy. You think any of us want to stay down here with you, you ugly piece of shit? Get the fuck away from me! I never want to see you again!
Speak Infernal?
Is that in common? What language is that?
Yeah, shit, I forget. I can't actually understand him. So I'm gonna say something similarly angry and demeaning to this ugly bastard, and then I'm going to spend 2 key points to cast Mote of the Sun, and I'm going to summon a flaming sphere right above that space in the tunnel, and I'm gonna ram it at him.
Woo! Also give me an intimidation check.
Okay.
I guess this is technically going to happen in a few turns, but we'll remember it. Okay, good. And then it needs to make a dex save against Flaming Sphere. Spoiler alert. He's not very good at those.
That's a fail.
Wisdom save against hurt feelings.
I hope he just shrivels up and dies, honestly.
He automatically fails saves against hurt feelings. His name is Crybaby.
Alright, this Flaming Sphere forms at the top of this glass bridge and just rams into one of the eyes. There's this horrible screaming. Go ahead and roll damage on that.
I'm looking it up.
Fuck, I should know this. I feel like it's like 2d6, but I don't know for sure. Either way, everything is shaking. This wail fills the room.
Looks like 2d6.
Alright. Alright, he kind of reels back at this, begins wailing loudly. Anything else on your turn?
I'm gonna run.
Good call. That is good damage. Alright, Ace, you're up next.
Is my hunter's marks? I don't know how long it's been since the last battle.
You guys spent a good amount of time investigating other things and getting the ship, so it is down.
All right, bonus action. I'm gonna hunter's mark him. Then I'm going to. Oh wait, Basta, did you move?
Oh yeah.
All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I'm here, can I see him? Can I like shoot him through this hole?
Yeah, from there you can. He's gonna. Yeah, that's far enough back that you've got a shot on him.
Perfect. I'm gonna lose my 2 arrows at him with advantage because
he is not yet acted. I think technically a legendary action counts as an action, but fuck that shit.
Bless.
You can have advantage. Ooh, okay. Does he have any resistances I should be paying attention to? Oh, yeah.
It's all magical damage, too.
It is all magical damage. Alright, 21.
Hold on. There we go.
And
My 2 attacks.
another one for 15. Both arrows hit into the same eye, and you watch as one of them is just the lid, which is honestly just like another series of toothed tongues, closes around that eye and starts to try to peel these arrows out from its iris. Anything else?
Yeah, I get up to here.
All right. As you turn and run at the end of your turn, you see one of these mouths opens up, and this tinier little tube ejects out of it and starts to spray acid through the hole. You've got some cover from this. You've got +5 to your deck save on this.
Woo!
Which means you make it, which means you avoid all of that damage. But now it's
Bless.
his turn.
Yeah, we need to not fight this thing.
Yeah, not right now.
No, we need to have the party here
No,
for
I
this.
mean, like with the party here, we need to not fight this thing.
We've
Does a
done some good
DC
damage to him.
20 dexterity saving throw against 36 acid damage as a legendary action. This thing will wreck us if we fight it.
Don't
Sure,
even
we
fucking
it
get
right.
me started on his other legendary reactions.
You watch as this thing breaks the grasp of the tentacles, shies away from this fireball that's been rammed into it, and launches himself off of the side and begins to hover. Gets to about here. And then... Yeah, you know, you guys have succumbed to it so far. Let's give this another go.
No.
Actually, the only person visible is Ace and Nomad, who is saved on it. So no, he's going to do this instead.
Yeah.
He doesn't know that.
He knows when his things work and when they don't. It's obviously, it's a very visible effect, too.
I'm already an aberration.
He seems to just give up on the ones that have already ran ahead, and he turns to look at you, Nomad, and says, "You'll stay with me, won't you? We can be like brothers. We're so alike. And I need you to give me a..." He's casting a spell. I need you to give me a wisdom saving throw with advantage because you're fighting it.
Do you have inspiration? Actually, also, who got inspiration today? Did we already go for that?
Vasu and somebody else. I forget who the other one was.
Gotcha.
21.
Inspiration wouldn't work because I already have advantage. I do connect him telepathically and I say, "You could have just waited for me to say something. You must have been very lonely down here on your... Come down."
All right. I'm glad this is the direction it's going because the magic also compels you to follow through on this plan. You are kind of friendly with this thing. You think he's kind of your buddy and he needs a helping hand, maybe. Just a shoulder to cry on. It is your turn. What would you like to do?
Come down here. Come to me.
All right. Any actions or just kind of trying to ease him over and soothe him?
Let's see. I'm gonna come soothe him, but also, let's see. I'm looking over my spells because this changes everything that I can do. Like, oh shit, I'm charmed. The DC's 21, first of all. That was sad. This is gonna be delightful. I hope everyone runs. Let's see. I don't think any of my spells are not attack oriented.
Yeah. I mean,
So all I'm going to do is, I'm gonna come over here and I'm gonna like pat the ground. Come here. Let us talk. No one else can understand you, but I do.
All right. Flick, Vasu, and Ace. You guys kind of see Nomad trying to just soothe this beast, and he seems to be making his way slowly over towards this gap, with a lot of his focus on Nomad. What do you want to do, Flick?
Oh no. I don't know if I know how that spell works.
Nomad, let's go upstairs. We'll bring him to see all of our friends. It's fine.
Oh no, they might attack him, you see. I understand what it is like to look like a monster.
Same. Look at me. I have 2 heads.
Oh, that is new. Go ahead. We will follow.
Oh god, do I do stupid things or no?
Follow your heart. Quick decision.
Eldritch blast me if you want. Come on.
I thought about it, but I don't know how it ends, so
Yeah.
I'll peek back out because I noticed Nomad's taking too long. Nomad, come on, we have to go right now.
Go ahead. This one is lonely. 17 hits.
Who is this on?
Okay. The first one was on Nomad, the second was on Crybaby.
Ow,
You're in a-
12 force
you're-
damage.
There's glass between you and Crybaby right now. Phil.
Oh. Okay, then I'll just do the first one on Nomad.
There might be. Does it line of sight? He's gonna have a lot of cover. Does a 12 hit Nomad?
Oh, 12 does not hit.
I can move
Oh.
out further. I would know that about my own
Yeah,
spell.
that's fair. That's fair. You can move up before you fire the shot, and that does mean that a 17 will hit Nomad.
Yeah, 12 damage. Ouch! You could have rolled a 5 damage on me.
The
Flick.
one time I rolled a 12.
Oh, this puts a damper on my plans.
All right, Nomad. As you were starting to sympathize with this beast, one of the people you thought was your friends comes around and fires an Eldritch Blast at you. You take 12 force damage. The spell doesn't end.
Fuck.
That's enough to kill like 3 people. What are you doing?
Flick, calm down.
He's being stupid.
Like he grasps his shoulder and it's one of his arms is limp and it's like, go. You do not understand.
I hate this a lot.
All right, Vasu, what's your plan? Just running?
Whether I run or not, I'm bonus actioning to ram the sun into him again.
All right. There'll be another dex save.
Mhm.
It is my understanding, and I'll have to double check, but I think the flaming sphere obeys gravity. Like, I think it talks about jumping over pits and stuff like that. But you can
Yeah.
definitely do it at least once and hit him on the way out.
How
But
high
then,
up is it?
but then it might fall down into the abyss.
It says I can move the sphere up to 30 feet. Can I, like, jump it off of the top of this thing, bounce it on his head, and then land back on the sphere? Or on the...
Sure. So normally it says you can jump it across pits up to 10 feet wide. It's about a 10 feet jump there and back. I'll let you make a spellcasting check to see if you can do a cool jump there, jump back sort of thing. So go and give me a wisdom check.
Okay.
It fails the save regardless, so it'll take damage.
Cool. You said just unskilled wisdom check or
Yep.
wisdom check?
Yeah, just an unskilled wisdom check.
Okay. Hey.
Yeah, it's awesome. You grab this flaming sphere, you do like a monkey ball hop, smack him in the eye, and then monkey ball back and balance on this tube. You got the sphere for a little longer.
I think it's 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's a pretty long spell.
Oh, it's a minute. But still, that's good. I'll roll damage, and then I'm going to continue to run.
All right, Ace. While he's doing that, what's your plan?
Ooh.
Give me
damage.
1 second. I have a phone call.
I
Actually,
know it's a long shot, but you gotta do a concentration check for charm person.
That's true.
Oh,
quick question.
Yeah, let me ask
I
if
know
I should be a
there's-
problem.
damn
well,
it!
Quick question.
Yeah.
Question.
Yeah, what's up?
I know there's glass here, but can I like see him from here? Is this
No.
what's going on here?
So that is enclosed. Once you go through this door, you are in an enclosed stone structure.
Okay. Yeah, I don't need to see him to move the sphere over to hit him, but I will kind of. Let me see. Okay. I'm gonna kind of poke my head back around because I hear people yelling at Nomad. Let's see. That's 15. See this thing still coming at Nomad and fucking around over here. Does fire seem to be particularly effective against it or anything?
He's pretty well lit. What's your passive perception?
Passive is 14.
Good enough. You can tell that it's hurting him, but not tremendously. It seems a little less effective than you'd like.
Alright.
Alright, I'm back.
Then, since that was just the bonus action, I'm gonna try a main action How thick does this glass seem?
Kind of like just a standard window. It's been shattered in over here, so it is destructible for sure.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, this should do just fine. I'm gonna main action. I'm just gonna try to sling a rock at.
All right, hit me with that.
Ka-chow.
24 is good. 9 hits. Bludgeoning is effective against glass. You're able to break a pretty good hole. Even after that cover, actually, yeah, through the cover, that's a nat 1 after the disadvantage. So it doesn't hit him, but it does break a big hole that you can use in the future right here.
Okay. Then yeah, knowing that this is an enclosed space back in here, I'll kinda fly back into this room. I won't take my full speed and get too far ahead of Flick, but I'll kinda just get like right here. So I can kind of cover the retreat. Or stick around if we end up not retreating.
Sounds good. On the legendary, he's going to cast a spell at Ace. Leave us. I need a wisdom saving throw from you, Ace.
I can't be frightened or charmed.
I
have advantage on it. Advantage, sorry. I have advantage on this then?
I don't know if this is a charm, but either way, go ahead and roll it, and we'll see what happens.
And what is it again?
Wisdom saving throw. I feel like it should be a charm effect, right?
This is command, right? Yeah, it's command. Oh, good luck. It's DC 21.
Is command a charm or no?
I'm checking. It doesn't say that it is, so I don't think it is. But I'm checking it out real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think so, because it doesn't put like a condition on.
Yeah, there's no condition, and some spells say like if you're immune to charm, you're immune to this, and this one does not say that. So yeah, you are compelled to leave the two of them, and it is your turn.
But what if it goes against everything against my brotherly love for Nomad though?
Magic will do that sometimes.
It's okay. Nobody's been saying, go ahead, all is well.
Am I compelled to use like all my movement? Like what is, I guess...
Yeah, so the closest equivalent is flee. The target spends its turn moving away from you by the fastest available means.
Does that include using a dash action or no?
Presumably, yeah.
Nomad, no! I scream as I like run, I guess.
Do not be alarmed. All will be well.
Alright, on its turn, Flick, right behind you, as Ace kind of comes through the door, this thing dashes in through the hole that's been made, like an octopus squeezes through, and slams
So much. Why did you do that?
Shit! I didn't think it was that big.
This
That's
thing,
a big hole for a sling.
it is, and also this thing does squeeze quite a lot.
It's an octopus, guy.
I'm very sorry, Flick.
With that said, Flick, this thing charges in through the hole and slams the door shut. And all the three of you hear is this thing scratching and clawing and slamming against the door, which is now forced shut.
As if he's trying to get through it?
It kind of seems like he's trying to just shut it.
Well, we lost Nomad. Time to go.
No, I can't leave him.
No, we gotta cut our losses sometimes, buddy. I'm sorry.
How long does this last?
It's just that one turn.
I am all right. I don't know if it blocks telepathy, but no, man, this is assuring. I'm like, please go ahead.
No, you're still able to talk to him.
Nomad, be careful.
Always.
Alright, Nomad assures you that everything is going to be okay. Do any of you guys have any daring last-second plans, or do you leave Nomad?
Not until it gets to my turn.
Alright, Nomad, do you have anything you're doing? Or are you just trying to comfort this thing and see what happens?
Well, let's see what it does first. I move forward.
Alright.
First of all. 30 feet. And, you know, I just stand there. I have my fingers steepled, and I ask, please tell me your name. Who are you?
Don't have one.
Oh, that is not a problem at all. Your name will be Friend.
Dingus.
Okay, what's your name? While this is happening real quick, let's fast forward over to Flick.
Yeah.
Are we taking this as a talk round?
I hate this. I'm gonna try opening the door.
All right.
Wait.
Yeah, if we are getting any sort of talk round, I'd like to discuss what our plan is.
Yeah, we can
are
do-
we running?
We can do kind of a quick cinematic pause real quick. This thing is holding the door shut. It doesn't seem to be trying to get in. Nomad is kind of just trying to talk it down. What are the three of you guys doing?
Okay, you guys, do you mind? I'm sorry to ask. Do you have any objection to me continuing to try to burn this thing alive? I feel like that's a good course of action. I don't know. I'm confused. This is that I usually just go with my gut, and my gut says burn shit. But I don't know.
Pretty good gut.
I'm going to hide and observe. If he's not going to hurt Nomad, perhaps Nomad can connect with him.
I'm
Nomad's
doubting
weird, but
that,
So, do you want me to try to burn this thing or talk to Nomad? Because I can do both, but
well, Nomad looks like he's under some effect. So
I might still
I
be
don't
able to
think
talk to him though.
talking to him won't do anything at this point. I don't think. So
it's either we keep attacking it or we try to see what happens.
you're right. We
not
need to
good
get
ladder.
Nomad out of there. We need to get Nomad out of there. I can't leave him behind.
No. Alright, I'm going to keep trying to open the door.
All right, give me an athletics check.
Someone go get the other party member. Well, I'm buying time.
Actually, can I just make a giant shatter noise upwards up the tunnel to see if they can hear it, like echoey and all that shit?
Sure. With what kind of spell?
My voice and my two heads.
Sure. Give me a Constitution check.
On that same note,
Can I sell you on dexterity because I need it?
To be fair,
sure
the
can.
plinking, the coin plink, made it all the way down. I
It
feel
did.
like
It
a
echoes.
bird shouting obnoxiously loud would go up.
Yeah,
two birds.
it's reasonable.
Squawk,
It mostly
squawk.
is going to depend
Can
on
I have
where
advantage
everyone-
because I have two heads?
You know what? Sure.
God fucking damn it.
All right. It's my understanding that Moat and Nordo are fishing. Elise is probably with them.
Yule is too. She
Yule.
identified the fishing rod.
That's right. She identified the fishing rod, which is Gale. What's Gale up to?
Only if I can. Before that, can I make a case that Ace should have had disadvantage because he has two heads but only one set of lungs?
It's true.
Oh no.
I could only use one mouth if I felt like it was going to be very loud.
Pretty valid.
That's fair. But no, I'm definitely just sitting at the ladder listening.
Just listening.
God, it doesn't even seem that out of character. I almost want to let you get away with it.
It's also 15
Alright.
minutes for him to get down there, so like he can do it.
I was waiting to mention it because I really wanted to see where that went, but I can also message up to 300 feet now, so I'll just try messaging the rest of the party until I can
It
connect.
took you guys 15 minutes to get down there. There's no way it's only 200 feet.
We
Yeah,
feather
that's
falls
a good
real
way.
quickly down here. And also, I think two of you guys have featherfall hats, right?
So I gotta do math real quick. It would be less than a minute because that's the duration of Featherfall times 60. 60 times 10, 600 feet. That's about a 60-story building. That sounds about right. So yeah, about 600 feet.
The Salesforce Tower downtown is 700 feet, if in case anyone needs like a visual reference.
Yep. So Gale, give me a luck check. Gale, if you were genuinely worried and wanting to keep a lookout, I think it's reasonable to say that you might have been waiting at the ladder. And if
Oh, hell no. Gale is a terrible coward and is probably already like his losses. He's probably just like tinkering on something.
Perfect.
Whether he's actually close to the ladder or not is kind of up to you. Like not to leave them all like fucked and dying.
No, I
but-
think it is realistic. It would be very weird for Gale to be waiting at the scariest place in the scary observatory alone instead of up top with his friends.
Right.
So we do have the like ship up there, so I suspect Gale
Yeah,
would just be in his
Probably
workshop
on the
tinkering.
ship. All right, Ace, you call up. Vasu, you try to send a message. It's too far down. You don't think anyone's heard you. Flick, give me an athletics check, or did you already do that?
I have not.
You are able to kind of push the door open. It seems that this thing is very large, but it's very spongy. It doesn't really have a lot of muscle to it. You do see that as soon as you pry it open, a couple of these toothed tongues start to press their way in and threaten to start like slashing you up.
Shut the door, shut the door!
No.
Alright, you summon another one of these. Ooh, it does actually fail, so it is grappled in place there now.
Oh.
Okay. Too bad it's grappled in place of the door, so Nomad can't escape.
Can I push my way through?
Blake,
big is
what are you
this thing?
doing?
So you can try to push your way through with an overrun or a tumble, your call.
Well, it's tumble. It's not dexterous. It's fine.
Flick, no. I have a plan.
You have mental stuff. Tell me.
Alright, you are able to tumble through. Also, because we've decided to kind of re-engage, a couple of things are going to happen while he's doing all this.
Oh no! You gave it legendaries back!
The first is with one of those legendaries, it is going to cast a spell, and that spell is going to be one of these boys. The Flaming Sphere disappears because he doesn't like it.
Oh, you cunt.
I know, I'm so sorry. And the second thing is he is going to try to send one of these through the door as you're opening it. Oh wait, he can't do that as a legendary. Nope, you're right. I'm sorry. No. He can't do that as a legendary. Okay, so for the moment, we're back in initiative. Also, it is midnight if we want to pick back up here next week.
Yeah.
I did kind of hope that we would like get to a cutscene before the end. But
yeah,
I guess
Flick, don't pretend you're...
Let's go real quick. Flick, what is your plan here? We'll do a couple rolls for it and we'll see what happens.
To grab Nomad and pull him back through so we can leave.
You're just trying to grab and run? Okay, you're going to have to give me athletics to try to grapple Nomad. Nomad...
Athletics? Acrobatics?
Yeah, Nomad, you would try to avoid it under your current condition, so give me athletics or acrobatics.
God damn it.
Acrobatics is higher.
Yeah.
No, Flick, you don't understand. He is so alone. Aren't you, Bright-Eye? That is your name now.
Aww. It's cute. However, as that cute exchange finishes, you feel a toothed tentacle tongue wrap around your waist.
No matter, Flick.
Flick.
Great.
In fact, you feel several of them. How many is it?
Oh no!
Several.
Do any of those
charm
hit?
end when they attack my
God,
friend?
I'm dead, guys.
No! Does charm end if he attacks my friend?
Let me check. I think you have to be the one who's attacked, but let me go check real quick.
All of those hit.
The target is charmed by you until the spell ends, or you or your companions do something harmful to them.
So when the fireball hit him, the charm would have ended, wouldn't it?
No, it's when Crybaby or Crybaby's companions, which don't exist, do something harmful to Nomad, which has not happened. Okay, so 13, 16, 22. Are you down?
Oh
Flick?
no!
Yeah, I would be down. Wait, does he have any sort of disadvantage because of... No, it's not restraint, it's just grappling.
It's just grappled,
Do you have your temp HP?
I think even with my temp HP, that's more than I have.
Yeah, 13, 16, 22. Yeah, we're only level 6.
Yeah, I think I'm down.
Sec, we're only level 6.
Alright.
What is this shit?
Do me a favor and give me a D100 roll.
Oh no. Yeah. You're gonna get mutated too.
Oh, he will take some of that.
God.
Can I use my reaction to pull Flick out of one of those attacks? Because Nomad is still friends with Flick.
Yeah, like it doesn't end your friendship with Flick. Do you have like a reaction for that? Do you have something for that?
No, I literally have
Friendship?
like I'm standing next to him and I want to use my to keep him from dying.
I did have a thing for like protecting as a reaction or as a ready to action.
Right.
Sure. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna roll one more time at disadvantage on that last one, and we'll just impose disadvantage on the last one.
Yay!
I think 17 still hits.
I think that's
14 doesn't. You said you were going to roll again at disadvantage,
your
meaning
AC?
the 14. It's only 15. I don't have very high AC yet.
So
Why is your AC only 15?
Vasu,
Because all I have is leather armor.
Vasu and Ace, you guys watch
Stop
Flick
playing Simmons.
heroically push through this door to go grab your friend and bring him back out. There's a couple moments of yelling and shouting, a brief second of silence, and then you see an unconscious body hucked back through the door. There's probably going to be something extra added to it, but let me go find that real quick.
Someone save him, please. I am not worth an extra death.
Boss, are you good at medicine?
Oh, that's actually pretty cool.
God, what? Okay. I roll a 93. I get fucking crippled.
Right? It is kind of messed up. For the record, I didn't make this table. This is straight from an official source book, so yell at wizards, not
Oh
me.
my god.
D&D is bullshit.
It is
Is it
bullshit.
an official monster?
Well, it's reskinned, but the table is legit, and most of the attacks
Yeah.
are legit. Like, I'll tell you about it when we're done.
When we're done with this.
When Flick is sent back through, you do see that his two canine teeth have grown into this long, twisted, spiraling set of like long fangs.
Oh, they're like spiral tusks.
Kinda
He's
like a
turning
spiral
into one of those heads
saber-tooth.
again.
Kinda. But with that, you start to hear more of this wailing sound. Nomad telepathically assures you, do not be alarmed. He's got everything under control, and he urges you to
Please save Flick.
save Flick and get your friends. And I think that's probably where we'll pick up next week.
Oh my god, I cannot wait.
I hate it.
Real
Okay,
glad
that's
I could
good.
join you guys for D&D tonight. It's been great. What a fantastic game. Thank you for the experience, Pat.
You're very welcome.
I
I
had
also
a really,
say-
really good time.
I want to say for the record, I was correct on where the key was. So y'all should have followed me.
I think
Oh,
you've
yeah,
heard in
finding
no
this
uncertain
key is
terms
the
that we should
real-
not have followed you.
Yeah.
If we'd all attacked it, we could have killed it. That damage is
It's
pretty good.
okay. Yeah, I will die for your sins. It's fine. But for,
If we were all
Uh,
down
right.
there, I wouldn't have run. We could have done more damage.
For my planning purposes, no. Actually, I'm going to poke you on Telegram. I wouldn't want to spoil it.
yeah, I think you can defeat it, but to be fair, it has those really strong charm spell. So like,
Alright, I've got to run.
All right, later, y'all.
take care. I too need to
Okay.
like run for. I'll be here, but I'll be getting ready for. How do I GM roll stuff?
I'm gonna go take an angry bath.
/GR.